to get it out there when there are loads of singles around. He obviously just didn't trust, O'Rourke enough, I think, at the other end, who had actually played a couple of nice little shots.
Or himself. He did play this 4 times in the previous over.
So, look, it might be himself too. He might feel that's the only way we could score runs, and obviously runs were the currency that you wanted this morning. So the good thing as far as New Zealand perhaps are concerned is that there was turn. It wasn't any particular, flatter, or not. True. That we got a lot to see. We didn't see enough overs to make a real judgment about that. But there was turn there. Players were beaten. Maybe not to the same amount of bounce. That was the only thing. That might be the thing that's just missing at the moment.
So 147 is the target. New Zealand lead by 146. All out for 174 in their second innings. Let's give you the full scorecards. Of course, 9 wickets up falling yesterday in the New Zealand innings. First to go was Latham, bowled Akashdeep for 1. Devon Conway was caught. Gill bowled Sundar for 22. The score 39 for 2. Rachin Ravindra wanted to be aggressive, would want his choice of shot back as he danced down the wicket and then tried to whack it over wide mid-on against the off-spinner. It spun past the outside edge. Pant had the bails off. He was stumped for 4, 44 for 3. Then Daryl Mitchell, after a 50-run stand between he and Will Young, was caught brilliantly by Ashwin, running back full stretch at long on off the bowling of Jadeja. Mitchell made 21. 94 for 4, turned soon to 100 for the loss of 5 when Blundell played on, almost off the face of the bat onto the off stump, bowled for 4 by Jadeja. Glenn Phillips, a very quick, hard-hit innings, 26 of 14 before he was undone by a bit of genius from Ravichandran Ashwin. A big turning carom ball, one that went the other way, and he was bowled top of off stump. Ish Sodhi made 8 before he was caught. Virat Kohli at short cover off the bowling of Jadeja in New Zealand, 148 for 7. So much rested on the shoulders of Will Young, but he succumbed 2 runs later when he was caught and bowled another carom ball by Ashwin, trying to turn the ball to the onside, leading edge, comfortable catch. Will Young's very impressive 51 came to an end. So Matt Henry made 10. He was bowled the last up ball, ultimately on day number 2. And this morning we've seen New Zealand pick up just 3 runs before Ajaz Patel was caught at deep mid-wicket off the bowling of Jadeja for 8, leaving William O'Rourke not out on 2. 17 extras, 1 no ball, 4 leg byes, 12 byes.
That's a handy little...
That's a handy little contribution, isn't it, Jeremy? New Zealand all out for 174 in 45.5 overs. Good morning, Mr. Kimber. Jarrod Kimber joins us.
Hello, gentlemen.
New Zealand they've got a chance. What type of chance would you say?
10% chance? 12% chance? How do you guys feel? I think there's definitely something there. I think as we left play last night, I noticed the bookies were saying there's about a 4% chance. And then overnight, people thought about it a little bit more, and they went, no, there's something here. I think there's 2 major factors for me. One is that Phillips or Ravindra, but more likely Phillips, because he's going to bowl a little bit more. He's going to give a couple of half trackers, a few full tosses, and some half volleys. There's not much you can do. He's a part-timer. It's very unlikely he's going to be accurate the whole time. And probably 6 to 9 runs in byes is another part of it. So I think that probably makes it a tougher situation for New Zealand, but it's not impossible, especially as India haven't been the most confident side. And of course, Dan, you and I will both be, if they lose 2 or 3 wickets to the bowling, you have to pencil in the comedy run out.
Yeah, that is very, very true. The bowling figures for India: Akashdeep 5 overs, 1 for 10. Washington Sundar 10 overs, 1 for 30, but it was the veterans who did all the damage in the second innings. Ravichandran Ashwin 17 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 63. Ravindra Jadeja though 13.5 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 55. New Zealand's spinners, despite Mitchell, if you take Mitchell Santner out of the equation, the rest of the spinners have just had a tendency to be a little bit too full, Jeremy.
Yes.
Is that the key?
Yes. If Ajaz Patel, who's obviously the central figure, I think, in today's proceedings as far as New Zealand is concerned, He's going to have to survive, I think, some aggressive intent from the Indian batsmen who will come out, and I do think they will attack and be aggressive. He's going to have to survive that and get through it and think his way through that. Does he slow the ball down so that it goes in the air more? We've talked about the importance of the catching and how they can't afford to repeat what happened yesterday. And then I think Phillips obviously is going to be the other spinner used for a start. I think before Sodhi, I think it's going to be in that order. I personally would like to see a fast bowler operating from one end for a start.
Which one?
The one going to the flatter end.
Yeah.
I don't know which we decide. The non-Tartar end.
I think that's the Tartar end.
Pardon?
The pavilion.
Okay.
Pavilion end was the one Ravi Ashwin identified last night.
Yeah.
I think.
So, and it's just a question in my mind: do they go with the consistency of Henry, but is he still a player that you could go down the wicket to? And I think the answer to that is yes. You can be more prepared at where he's going to, the landing area of Henry's going to be. O'Rourke, I think it would be much more unlikely that they would go down the wicket at him. So that's a little quandary, I think, that Latham must solve himself. So, but look, these can be gnarly, these can be easy. It's within the compass of a decent partnership, which cuts out a lot of the chase, and then just a few little small partnerships around it. But if you get an early couple of wickets, it can get a little bit nasty for the batting side.
Just 9 fours in that innings over nearly 46 overs on our big barrel boundary count, big range, bigger deals, but I think 7 sixes too. So not sure if that tells you anything, Jarrod. If you're going to swing hard.
Yeah, I think when the ball was full, we saw it's been very easy to just sort of swing through the line, hasn't it, and clear those ropes. Whereas when it's been short, we haven't seen that, and it doesn't look that easy to maybe score a boundary, like a 4 boundary, I should say. But when that ball is overpitched, you've just seen players just go straight through the line and and go for that. So I do think there's an element of that there. I'm not sure how much these sixes are going to play a big role early on, because you will see probably maybe a couple of slashed 4s. But what's really interesting is just how hard India come. Jaiswal and Rohit have been, at times very, very aggressive. And are they just going to look for some cheap boundaries early on, or are we going to see what we saw in the last test, where Jaiswal almost got caught first ball and hit the second one for 6, didn't he?
He just smashed it almost out of the ground over square leg. Should mention that Ravi Jadeja just his third 10-wicket haul on Test cricket and second best return. And never taken 10 in a match. That's quite surprising considering how many wickets he's taken over the years. Well, Jerry, your first question has been answered. It will be Matt Henry. Yeah. Matt Henry bowling to Jaiswal.
It's not a surprise.
No.
He's more reliable, more consistent. And I think probably Latham would say, yep, you're more likely to take, you're more experienced, you're more likely to take a wicket.
So the first ball of the run chase. The target is 147 for India to win. Bright sunshine. Mumbai. 3 slips a gully. Short cover. Points out. Mid-off, mid-on. Long leg. Henry from over the wicket. Bowls back of a length, and it's pushed to the point region. No run. Jerry's giving me the peace sign.
No, 2 and 1.
2 and 1. Oh, sorry. I'm getting a little bit too aggressive. I'm setting my own fields.
Yes, you are.
Yeah, setting my 3 slips in a gully.
That keep a little bit low?
Yes, just a tad. There's been less bounce in the first session, I think, than when the sun gets on this pitch. It starts to dry out a little more. We couldn't decide whether that was roller or whether it's just natural moisture early in the morning.
Henry gets nice and close to the stumps, gets the length wrong though, whipped away. That's where the third slip is. Deep forward square. A run through that region.
That's very deep. That's very, very deep there.
Very deep slip on the onside. Forward of the wicket. One without loss, Jaiswal off the mark.
Catching deep forward square though, wouldn't you say?
Yes, could be. Could be. I'd like to see Ajaz having a crack at the other end. I think you've got to have a look and see. And if it's find out whether he can replicate that length he found yesterday late in the day when he picked up those wickets, which was a little bit shorter, probably a foot or so shorter than where he's been operating from most of the tour.
So Rohit Sharma, who's been light on runs in the series, is hit on the front pad. First ball, height in his shoe, turned down by umpire Goff. Close inspection on the New Zealand leadership group. Blundell, Henry and Latham coming together. Looked
a good line.
Oh, they don't seem that interested here. Like, I'm not saying it was definitely a review, but that's like when you and your friends all get together about, going to a restaurant when you're in a bar and you sort of all look at each other and go, we should go and get some food, but then someone goes to the bar and just orders another drink anyway. But it was very high and it went up, but brilliantly bowled. And Rohit again just looking a little bit caught on that front foot then. We've seen that a couple of times early on, especially Henry and Southey at times.
Henry moves in again, nipping back, hitting higher in the midriff, shall we say. Good bowling. Tense start for Sharma, who's only scored 80 runs in the series, an average of 16. Goes down, does his laces up.
Really struggling, isn't he? I mean, he's just trying to... He's looking to come half forward to that sort of ball. That's hit him in the paunch. And he's looked to go leg side slightly, and he's crossed it. His leg has come too far across in front of his body, so the head's getting heavy and falling away to the offside.
Just in a replay, ball tracking of that LBW shot. Good decision by umpire of just missing the top of the leg. And good decision not to waste a review by New Zealand as Henry bowls and Sharma comes down the wicket, heaves to mid-on, cloths it a touch, it creeps over and then will find a way to the rope. Breathless. I'm sure the Indian fans were for a moment. 5 without loss. He's off the mark with the big barrel boundary. Big range, bigger deals.
Got enough distance, didn't he? It certainly clothed it slightly, but got it up and over a deepish mid-on. That's Sodhi there, I think. But he's had enough. He's had enough of the two.
You've predicted this, the running at Henry.
I just thought, he's had enough of trying to play him in a natural way. It was short enough to play a stroke, but it wasn't well played. It was coming from low to high again, so it's bound to go in the air.
What will he do now, Sharma, as Henry bowls a little bit wider of off stump and calmly played into that gap at point. Nicely played, waited, opened the face, 6 without loss. He moves to 5. Target's 147.
Whether that'll encourage Rohit to keep going.
He'll be on strike because that was the end of the Henry over. Ajaz Patel's wandered in with the cap off, so you get your wish.
Now the length's all important. We've seen a couple of overs of spin, one from Jadeja, and he's again operating in that 90 to 95 kind of area in terms of pace. He got quite a lot of turn in that first over as well that he had. Ashwin came on the other over, he got turn as well. So Patel just has to find that length. If he's too full, of course he'll be driven. They're looking to play strokes. They're looking to make this chase as comfortable as they can.
And he'll be hoping, as all New Zealand fans are, he turns this into a day to remember.
That pad in, top edge sweeping in.
Short cover in. Short leg and slip. Jeremy points out. He starts very well on middle stump defending as Sharma hitting high on the bat. A wry smile from the right-hander. Already lived a dream at this venue. Of course, Ajaz Patel picking up 10 wickets. He's in again. He's a reverse sweep. Up is just wide of the backward point. Down to the fence for 4. Matt Henry. Oh, so close. 10 without loss.
sort of length was this? Did he come down on it? Not really. I think he was trying to actually almost hit that up, wasn't he? It sort of slightly opened the face of the bat as he makes contact. Right. He comes underneath the ball really, and so it's within definitely a catching height.
Just away from the left hand of Henry. Good response from Ajaz Patel. Flighted on middle and leg, spinning across, but well defended. 86k. He was looking for the boundary, Jarrod.
He was, slightly too short of balls. He's happily defended, and then just slightly more over pitch on that other one, and he's gone for the reverse sweep. But you're right, he's going for it.
2 slips in now. Latham alongside Mitchell. Conventional sweep. Sweetly struck, but straight to Ravindra in the deep for a single. 11 without loss, chasing 147 to win the Test match. India. Rohit has 10.
They're above the rate, guys.
The required run rate?
Which I don't even know what it is. Maybe I don't know if Gary's awake. I'm hoping Gary's not awake. But if he is, I'd love for him to have worked this out. But they're above it. They can block out a couple of balls now.
90 plus 90 plus 84.2. What's that, Jerry?
Quite a lot.
Quite a lot. I think they're going to get there. I don't think time is a problem.
Well under 1.
Yeah. So the draw we can officially take off the table. So there's 3 options left.
Is that rain I see in the background?
No, you're looking out the window in Wellington, mate. Here's Patel from around the wicket to Jaiswal. A little bit too short. He goes back and plays very straight back to the bowler. No alarming spin as of yet. Doesn't like coming over the wicket, does he? To even the left-handers. He's bringing the LBW into play, of course. And this is good line, full of length, turn to short leg. The end of the over. Much slower through the air. To finish the Patel over. It's 11 without loss. Jaiswal 1, Rohit is on 10.
I think, Jeremy, early on, it probably makes sense for him to bowl around the wicket to Jaiswal because you've got that new ball that can slide on and get the outside edge. And obviously, if he does get any turn, he's still got the bowled and LBW available to him. Whereas the minute this doesn't work and the ball maybe stops sliding on, he'll probably start dumping the ball into the footmarks and trying to rip it back.
He has that ability to bowl both sides of the wicket. It's not Mitchell Santner to a right-hander. He's always around.
Mitchell Santner would like this pitch, wouldn't he?
You think?
I do.
As much as he loved Pune. Maybe he just stayed there. Maybe he doesn't have a side strain at all. Maybe he's just still there hugging the surface.
He signed up
there tomorrow. In another team.
Signed up for a Ranji Trophy team.
Yeah. It's just, I'm never playing another game anywhere else. Just here. 2 slips, no gully. Henry to Rohit Sharma. Pushed through the vacant point region out towards Ajaz Patel. Comes in from the boundary. 11 to Rohit Sharma's name. It's 12 without loss. A wonky old throw. Blundell doesn't look too happy. As the ball bounces, shoots through to the man backing up at mid-wicket. Henry's conceded 7 runs off 7 balls he has bowled. He's moving away. Balls to Jaiswal, squared up as he defends late into the gully to a reasonably well pitched up ball.
With no point, of course. I mean, there's no one saving a run there, is there? He can't bowl too wide at the length that he tends to bowl because even an outside sort of edgy stroke will go into that area of the ground and it gets a single quite comfortably. So he's got to keep the stumps in play if that's the field that he has to bowl to.
Henry, bowl short. Ball sags as it drops to Blundell, dropping the hands out of the way neatly was Jaiswal. Quite an effort ball from Matt Henry, 139.8k. Tends to operate low 130s generally. Tries to hit the seam, challenge both edges.
Yeah, not really a Matt Henry pitch, is
No.
it? So, you see Phillips starting to warm up as well.
Henry in again. 2 straight, worked nicely through mid-wicket. Back of a leg. They've got 1. Put their hands up, so no, let's be content with a single. 13 without loss as Jaiswal moves to 2.
Interesting running there by Jaiswal, who decided to walk down the wicket for a while and suddenly realised there was 2, and it was Rohit, of all people, who was pushing for the second run.
Henry continues from over the wicket, from the crease line, squared up a touch, but playing with a nice straight bat as Indian skipper. No runners, Henry across to field.
It's not that often that we see Rohit Sharma batting with someone else who's pushing, and he's the one who's pushing for the extra run.
Crowd engaged early. Approaches 10 a.m. in Mumbai. Henry bowls. Sharma pulls. Skied it. Man backing up from mid-wicket and takes the catch. Glenn Phillips looked unbalanced but holds it. An important wicket. Rohit's terrible series comes to an end. He's gone for 11. It's 13 for 1.
It's that low to high shot again, isn't it? And he didn't get it all. Whether he hit it slightly higher on the bat, but there was no power supplied to the sort of area he was looking to hit it. It was always going to go up in the air, and it's just a question of whether a man was there, and it was Glenn Phillips pedalling backwards, does the backward roll to celebrate, and so New Zealand claimed that first wicket they were after. So Rohit doesn't make a difference really this innings. And New Zealand will be delighted they've got a wicket from a faster bowler, and that's what I was mentioning before. If they can pick up a couple there with the faster bowlers in these conditions, that makes it so much easier. You're pushing into that middle order and so on. So this is the partnership that's done so well, isn't it? This the Shubman Gill and Jaiswal, the 2 younger men who have kind of in this transition for India from older players. They've done well. Now, can New Zealand put pressure here?
Henry's over completed. He has 1 for 8. It is 13 for the loss of 1. Shubman Gill joining Jaiswal is on 2. Sharma the man out for 11. India require a further 134 runs at 0.509 runs and over. There you go, Jarrod. Joining you in O'Brien and Jon Norman.
Thank you very much, Daniel and Jeremy. Yep, a wicket. And that is exactly what New Zealand needed. We have seen collapses towards the mid to back end of innings. So if New Zealand are to defend what looks like, it's a low target, isn't it, for India, 147. Regular wickets, early wickets, late wickets, just wickets, right? India, though, and their captain, Rohit Sharma, will be reflecting on a poor series with the bat, and you'd think some pretty searching examinations into where it's gone wrong ahead of the Border Gavaskar. I see the phony war has started. I mean, it's been bubbling away in Australia for the last couple of weeks. There's been actually, I'll just break away as Ajaz Patel is in. And it's Jaiswal who's really taken a liking to Patel. I'm not sure of the exact figures, the match-up between Patel and Jaiswal, but I'm pretty sure it comes out in favour of the left-handed opening bat for India. Seeing a replay of this shot. Ironic or coincidence that it was Glenn Phillips to take the catch after those 2 chances went down yesterday from his bowling, one of which was dropped by Matt Henry, who is celebrating that wicket with gusto. Good morning to you, Iain O'Brien.
Morning, John. Morning, everyone.
That's woken you up more than your espresso top with a flat white.
Very good, well done. That's not quite the start I was expecting from Rohit Sharma.
Well, he has been out to seam. I think, is that six innings in a row? I think.
He's had for a long time an issue with the short ball. Top edges. He gets away with it. This is also one of the things. It has a very high run scoring proportional shot for him, but it comes with risk very often.
Here's Patel, loopy, and it's just batted back to Patel. No run. Gill facing, that was his first delivery. I was wrong, actually. I think Santner got him Sharma's second innings in the second test match. Ooh, that's a full delivery. He's angling down the legs, and Shubman Gill early in his innings has just got down on a sweep, but he's gone down in stages there. He's missed the ball and missed out on an opportunity to get off the mark. A little shout from Patel. The ball hitting the pad, but it's taken by Blundell behind the stumps. This is on off stump, swept hard in front of square. It's going to be fielded by Rashan Ravindra, running round from deep square leg. 14 for 1. Jarrod Kimber, good morning to you.
Just on the Rohit one, I thought it was quite interesting that he was pushing so hard for that second when Jaiswal knocked the ball away. And at the time, I just thought he thought there was two. Now I'm looking back at it, I'm wondering if he just wanted to get off strike.
Just want to face the pace. Doesn't want to face the spin. Like I said last night when they brought the quickie back on, when India brought the quickie back on towards the end of the day. This is a great result for New Zealand.
Here is Patel bowling to Jaiswal, who's in his crease and he's clipping uppishly. There's a short leg. It's backwards of the crease line. Let's see how far forward that went. Oh. Tell you what, if that's more of a regulation field placing, then that goes straight to him. Did hit it at quite a pace though. Biggest cheer of the day for Ajaz Patel aborting that delivery.
It's like in baseball when they try and pick off the runner.
Patel again, he's bowling! Shubman Gill! His shouldered arms to one that's gone straight on and he's taken off stump. Unbelievable scenes at the Wankhede. Gill, who's been so good at 3, has gone for 1, and India 16 for 2.
Ajaz Patel, he's seen the leave and bowled, hasn't he, in this test match? He's seen 45 degrees with spin, and it just rolls straight on. This is the nature of the pitch. Some will rip, some will just slide on when they hit the underside of the leather as opposed to the seam. Gill, such a huge contributor, dropped on 45 yesterday, went on to make 90. The man that New Zealand have had issues getting out, he scored comfortably. Oh, inside 45 minutes, New Zealand have 2 and India have 16.
The interesting thing is, you're right, we would normally expect more straight balls. We haven't seen as many wickets from straight balls on this wicket. So it's usually been the ones that have gripped and spun away. If you start to add in a couple of straight ones slipping in, and I know it's a new ball, so it might be a new ball dependent thing, but that's another, it's a micro advantage.
If we go back and have a look at how the Indian bowlers bowl, their seam as it's coming down the wicket is almost perpendicular to the pitch. They get a lot of side spin. New Zealand, they don't play that. They can't do that because New Zealand has to, in New Zealand and other venue, they have to rely on the dip, the loop, the finesse part of it.
Here's Jaiswal, and he's forward and hits this straight to Daryl Mitchell at mid wicket. 16 for 2. Go on, Iain.
And New Zealand bowlers typically bowl with a more 45 degrees towards a gully, if you like, or maybe even often straighter. It's never really more than 45 degrees as it's coming down towards the batsman. That one there, 45, just slightly tilted back. I don't know if you can do that in your hand. Tilt it back so seam or leather, the shiny side, hits the pitch.
Henry again, he's already picked up 1 wicket. He's got Jaiswal pulling. And this is fielded by O'Rourke at fine leg.
But as Ajaz Patel knows there's only 2 types of leaves.
Shubman Gill has had a lot of problems leaving in Test cricket, but it's almost always been seam bowlers, and it's usually been that sort of angle coming back in, that sort of Scott Boland type delivery.
You play that with your pad and bats next to it kind of thing, that one.
It's just the outside of it looks like it's going to miss. If that was an LBW, I think I would have said, it's probably just missing.
Well, it's hit him outside.
It's hit him outside the line,
if he's playing a shot. But a dream. You bowl for it, you hope for it, and then if it turns...
Here is Kohli. What pressure on him. He wants to get off the mark. He wants to get going. He's forward. Opens the face of the bat. It's fielded by Devon Conway forward of square on the offside. No run. Pressure on. We saw the red ball run. It was that run out, really, of Kohli late on day one that's just kind of flicked a switch on this match. Going back, I was listening to yourself, Jarrod and Jeremy and Daniel talking about, what needs to happen for New Zealand to win this Test match. And one consistent throughout this series is Henry. Right, I'm over the wicket. This is driven and fielded by Sodhi with his boot, I think,
He always picked that up by accident,
at mid-on.
It looked like he actually did everything wrong, and suddenly the ball was in his hand.
I actually think his glasses fell off as well, which just added a little bit of an element to all this.
Clean. He's picked it up clean, you two.
That's what Jarrod said.
I said accidentally he picked
said
it up clean.
Somehow.
He couldn't have done that any better. Dug the right boot spikes in to get up.
Henry again, forward. Covering up is Kohli.
That was the slide, angled boot, so you come up with the momentum. And he was ready to throw.
And your glasses fall off.
Andrew Strauss throws it and hits them.
They're big glasses, to be fair.
Yeah, this series has just confounded us at every turn. I felt that India would win today, and they probably still are favourites to do so, but I also believe that there would be something happening out there as Kohli comes forward, and there's a shy at the stumps from Mitchell at cover. Kohli's off the mark then.
There's a chance of overthrows there, but they'd run through too far, India. So Kohli couldn't come back. More sunglasses hit the ground too, John. That was Daryl Mitchell's that time. They probably don't fit him his sunglasses anymore because he's lost so much weight in this test.
They just slid off him. They're floating in the sea by now.
This was a guy I neglected to mention as we wrapped up last night, and when we thought about run rate, batting last and chasing. Kohli, in my opinion, takes run chases very personally. One-day cricket, Test cricket, he wants to be there at the end. He wants to. This is not right, but he wants to share he takes it so personally that he will take it all on himself, and he does that in one-day cricket so much. And I think the Nasser Hussain discussion, I think that was a slight undertone that it is personal to him. And so for me, often he is a massive wicket in this Test series. Yeah, hasn't had a lot of success, but in a run chase, I think he's a different beast.
We shall see. Ajaz Patel in, and this is got a nice flight actually. Some dip, but Kohli's forward and driving this back to the bowler who fields.
He said when he was a kid he would watch cricket and he couldn't understand why teams just didn't chase easier. And he was like if I was out there, I would just get that chase. And there's obviously just something different wide in his head. He likes the mathematics of it and everything else.
Patel again. This is just clipped to the right of short leg. It's fielded by Sodhi again, I think, who's at kind of a short fine leg.
Some people can bat to targets, and some people will just score runs, and whatever they get, they get.
Patel again, his head is caught! Daryl Mitchell, Ajaz Patel have combined. The outside edge has been taken. The umpires will have a little look to make sure it's carried, but Kohli's already walking off, and India 18 for 3.
I've almost got nothing. 45-degree angle, slight little bit of drift in, pitches middle and leg. Got to play that. I think you play that line with your pad and the bat in front. Mitchell who's had great hands at first slip all series, wonderful with the bat. Ajaz Patel continues his wicket taking. Beautiful delivery in terms of that little drift and then the rip away. And Kohli, who I just one offset, 1 from 7, 18 for 3 inside the 6th.
Well, this is the thing, Ian. It seemed to me that Kohli has been more concentrating on being there at the start of an innings, let alone the end. And he's getting used to walking off to silence. And that puzzled look on his face, we've seen it his last 3 innings. And he, like Sharma, have not produced in this series, and that will be a huge concern.
I did a little bit of online digging last night, and there seems to be a little bit of discussion about how Kohli prepared for this Test series. In terms of his preparation, seems to have been a little bit light. Wasn't quite as good as, or wasn't quite as extensive as some of the other players. Certainly, I went on a tour to Sri Lanka. I thought we could have won that Test series. It turns out a couple of our guys went in without the preparation that the rest of the squad had put in, and we didn't win that series. We didn't actually even get close. But the preparation you have to put in to, some people can just find it, but very few people can just go in cold. I'm not saying he's going in cold. Don't get me wrong there. But cold in comparison to the rest of the squad, and this is just something I've picked. I could be wrong, but that was just something I picked up in a few little bits and pieces as I was doing some digging while watching the All Blacks beat England in the rugby.
They did play Bangladesh in 2 Test series, didn't they? Rishabh Pant's going to face his first delivery, and he's clipping this to mid-wicket, no run. Can I just add to that? Daryl Mitchell's sunglasses did fall off when he took that catch.
I didn't want to mention it at the time, but it did happen again.
Oh, they fell off the back of his head, the back of his cap, so that should be noted down in Gary Moore. This is a drag down, and it turns. It'll race way to the boundary. This is the first poor delivery of Patel's spell. 4 byes, 22 for 3. There's 4 of your byes, Jarrod.
That was just a poor ball. That's wides. But this is a very interesting partnership because Ajaz is going to have to go up against 2 left-handers, but while the ball's still new, so he still has the opportunity to slide one across them and then rag it back. So it's not the worst time for him to go up against 2 left-handers, rather than when the ball's a bit older and a bit softer.
I've got a quarter of my page dedicated to Blundell. I did some more digging. He has to have the best day of his career with the gloves. Full stop. Best day of his career.
Down the track, a touch over pitched, and Rishabh Pant might be walking to the crease with India 18 for 3. He may be yet to get off the mark, but if it's in the slot, he's going to smack it, and the crowd cheer. 6 from the bat of Rishabh Pant, and India's score moves on to 28 for 3.
Flighted. Half a step, little crow hop, and gets right underneath it. Daryl Mitchell, if you like, in terms of how he plays, it's one of the safest shots on this. It's probably is the safest shot on this pitch. You get to the pitch, and you head underneath it, and as long as you don't toe it, you're going to be okay. Wonderful shot from Pant. Blundell has to be clean with the gloves. He has to be brave. That's the one for me. He has to be brave, and that means he's got to put his body on the line when it turns, when it doesn't turn, when it rolls, when it bounces. And he's got to take some of the blows. And I know that was ripping down the leg side, that 4 byes, but I just think you've got to do more. You've got to be protected. That was probably unprotectable, that one, definitely. But he's going to have the best day with the gloves, especially as what I used to call it for myself, it's almost career day. We've been talking about him a lot in terms of who's going to miss out for Young. Possibly, could be. He's one of the names that we've talked about. He has to be so special today to guarantee to keep his name on that team sheet.
Right, India 28 for 3, and it's Glenn Phillips, the off spinner, and that's a nice little bit of work behind the stumps by Blundell. Down the leg side, collects the ball, and is in position to affect the stumping if Jaiswal had sauntered or moved out of his crease. Phillips again. Round the wicket to the left-hander, he's forward. This is straight and defended. So in a low-scoring affair, we're talking about the currency of the run. The currency of those 10 runs is just feels like the pressure has just been lifted in 2 deliveries. Suddenly you're thinking, well, 119 needed. Leg stump line and defended by Jaiswal. He wouldn't have been in this position very often, Jaiswal, if ever, actually.
I don't think too many cricketers have been in this position. This is a bizarre test match.
It's been a bizarre test series. It's been fantastic, actually. Form dug out, but the fielder at cover. So again, no run. Decent start for Phillips.
Second highest run chase this will be if India do it on this pitch. Another one. And that was a 3-day match as well against South Africa.
Phillips again, and is caught at first slip, and it's been given leg before wicket.
I think that's LB.
It's the old 1-2. If it's hit the pad, there's a shout for leg before. If there's an inside edge, it's been taken at first slip. Jaiswal is going to review.
Have to review it, because there's going to be doubt with the edge. But if there's doubt with the edge,
well, you don't review. If you know you've inside edged it, you don't review.
For LBW.
But players don't always know. So let's see what happens here.
Front on first,
is there a chance that's sliding down with the angle from round the wicket from Phillips, the right armour bowling around the wicket? Is there a chance that that's sliding down? Because it doesn't really spin. It's out either way, isn't it? That's either bat and it's carried.
Well, it ain't
or
going
it's
over.
Not bat.
Going to need ultra edge there, please.
But that's the delivery that I think is.
Here we go. Well, the crowd are cheering, but I'm not sure why.
Just check the catch if they're checking the ultra edge.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're aware that if he's hit it, he's out caught first slip. It's a very difficult one to call this.
Coming through.
I think there's a gap.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Coming back.
Well,
I know.
It does matter. Because actually, in a weird way, well, not in a weird way, New Zealand actually want the edge to be indicated here because it's a catch. We still have to see whether the ball is going on to hit the stumps.
I've been in this position. I edged one onto my pad and I went to first slip. No matter what, I was out. It was the weirdest thing to do. You sort of stand there and you go, what do I...
Can I just say something here? I don't think there's enough evidence to overturn the on-field LBW call. And why I say that is he could have hit this, but I don't think there's enough evidence to say he's hit it, which means we still have to see whether the ball is going on to hit the stumps. And if it isn't,
is it Michael Goff?
Then Jaiswal has gone away with one here.
Is it Michael Goff? Was he the Michael Goff? Maybe Michael Goff's gone either way. If he's nicked it, it's out. If he hasn't nicked it,
yeah, but you've got to say what you're giving.
Yeah, I've got the ball hitting the pad.
You've got to say, I'm giving LBW here. That's what I mean. If he's given LBW,
I think
you can't overturn that and say no, he's hit it. In which means we've got to see whether that is going on to hit the stumps.
Running it through. Yeah, I've got the pad, and then there's a gap there between bat and ball.
The ball, the fat part of the ball, the widest part of the ball, hasn't reached the bat at this frame. So there is an overlap in the front on, but that fat part, or the widest part, of the ball has not yet reached the edge of the bat. So that initial noise is
Here we
pad.
go. Oh, is it missing?
This is out.
No, it
Impact
is
in
not.
line, hitting the wickets.
3 reds. And Jasewell's
Go
got to
back on
go.
field. Get you to stick the original decision of out.
Oh, what drama. What scenes in Mumbai. New Zealand have taken a 4th wicket this morning. We haven't even had an hour of play. Set 147. India have lost Sharma, Gill, Kohli, and now Jaiswal. Leg before wicket, Phillips for 5. They're 28 for 4.
I got nothing, John. For the first time, I think.
Well, that's the second time you said that in the last 10 minutes. And you know what? You're right. I mean, nor of this Indian crowd. You can almost hear Jaiswal's footsteps as he walks off. And now we've got Sarfraz and Pant at the crease. We got a comedy run out within the next 3 overs.
That was exactly what I was going to say. You've got they are now panning around the crowd, and it is stunned. There's heads shaking. And this is they either love him or there's vitriol, isn't there, from the Indian fans, and at the moment it's stunned disbelief. I thought they might bowl Ish Sodhi earlier. I thought it might have been Sodhi before Phillips this morning, just with the run buffer and the taller bowler going a little bit more down into the wicket, and then there's more energy on the ball, so the grip can be greater, the spin can be greater. But Phillips has been the consistent one. He has been low with his RPO, and he's been picking up wickets, and he has one in his first over.
And he's just got another one, which has just gone straight on. Like Patel.
Yeah. And it's that yeah.
Wow. What incredible
slog sweep first ball. Oh no, that's against the spin. He wouldn't do that, would he? But he would.
Both of them would. It's the Sarfraz Khan and Rishabh Pant show.
How's that?
Have we had all 4 wickets? Phillips is in, and he's reaching forward and sweeping his Sarfraz Khan first ball.
Sorry, with the spin. And slog sweep. Okay, it was wide of off stump. One of the safest shots. Hit straight, get hit through the ball and the sweeps.
You can see the shock on the players' faces. Maybe not Rishabh Pant. He's just, he's got merry-go-round music playing in his head at all times, it seems. Carousel, yeah. He is just happy to be there, and you can understand why when you consider what he's been through. But Sarfraz Khan has got the look of a man who's thinking, what am I doing here?
And he is not
29 for how many?
He is not a guy that you actually notice his demeanour change too often. He's pretty.
Yeah.
He seems pretty forgetful in the good way of the situation. He's just out there bowling. They've given up.
The cameras started picking up people they need a fainting couch. Call for the fainting couch. We need 40,000 of them. Full toss on the swing. Sarfraz Khan! What have you done? Sarfraz Khan has picked out deep square leg. He's just slog swept a full toss straight down the throat of Rachin Ravindra. And India are 29 for 5. What is going on? What is going on out there?
Full toss, and
can we get Jarrod on the? We've got to get Jarrod involved here. Iain and Jarrod, this is absolutely incredible what we are witnessing at the Wankhede.
I mean, you guys are right. He came out. He looked like he was a victim in a horror movie from the moment he came out. He just had no blood in his face. He looked like he was confused at the situation. And then Ajaz Patel has just given him one of the freebies that we talked about, and he's he's not even tried to smash it. He's just tried to sort of whip the sweep shot away from what was a free hit ball, and somehow managed to mangle it so poorly. And he had no blood in his face beforehand, John. I don't know, now he's actually translucent. We could see through him. He just looked absolutely bereft. He hasn't been in good form, but oh my.
3 for 14 off 19 deliveries. When you're going for runs, you pick up wickets on this pitch. That is...
I have never heard 40,000 people sound so quiet than what we are hearing right now. If it is 40,000, maybe it's 30, maybe it's 50. I'm not sure, but it's a good crowd. They've got in early, and they are stunned by what they are witnessing at one of the famous grounds in world cricket. And within 8 overs, Ravindra Jadeja is into bat and he's facing first ball. Oh, it's been dropped at short leg. Will Young's done well to field it, in fairness. It's come off the face of the bat, but there's smiles all round. But if that had stuck, then we may as well just all give up the game. Oh, and he's come very close.
I mean, it was a complete accident. He almost caught it with the point of each elbow in the end. Or was it Jeremy Coney saying that people put on the big sweater?
Forward is Jadeja, and it's almost like he takes his eye off the ball. It's almost like it's a bouncer, and at the last minute he jags his head back. The ball hits the inside edge, flies to the leg side, and Jadeja gets off the mark with a scary single.
93 is the lowest losing score in the 4th innings.
Is it at Wankhede?
Yes.
Is that
Australia? No, England.
Oh, I thought that.
No, it's Australia actually. They were chasing 107.
Yeah, was that the Michael Clarke game, I think, where he took wickets?
Here's Pant. He's on the sweep. He has to reach for this. He'll only take a single. And he moves to 7. The score 31 for 5.
Yeah, Tiger was 107. This is back in 2004, so that'll all be close. Yeah, that'll be Michael Clarke time, won't it?
I'm not sure if that's the game he took all the wickets, but yeah, it was certainly. There's a couple of times when Australia just went in a 4th innings and really struggled to make any runs at all. And my memory was that wicket was falling apart.
What have I got?
Yeah, so I think the top score in that game was like 200 runs or something.
Jadeja facing up as Ajaz Patel is in. Jabs the bat down on the ball that actually could have left alone. 31 for 5. Ajaz Patel on his return to the Wankhede took 5 for in first innings, just as some were writing him off. 3 for 16 in the second. This is tossed up, and he won't mind that shot from Jadeja, who's reaching forward. No real foot movement at the start of his innings, and the over comes to a close. 31 for 5. We've been crossing over to New Zealand very shortly. Ian O'Brien.
60 miles an hour the ball previous, flatter, straighter, and then the big tempter, the big teaser, 90 down to 86 kilometres an hour, wide of off stump, a lot of air on it, and that's the one that eyes light up, and you try and get yourself out of trouble. It's good enough to keep it down and keep it along the ground. This is
I tell you
it
what,
could be beers by lunch. It could be refreshments by lunch.
Well, it could be. It's been a ridiculous,
not us, them.
ridiculous half an hour. I'm sure Daniel and Jeremy have been enjoying it. Mouths agape at times. Let's cross over to SENZ for the next half an hour of commentary from the 3rd test, day 3, India against New Zealand. Daniel McHardy, Jeremy Coney.
I'm having an out-of-body experience, Jeremy. It's 31 for 5. I feel like I'm hallucinating. What on earth is going on?
I don't know why they've passed back to us. Frankly, just keep going. Keep going, UK.
Phillips bowls, low full toss, powerfully struck down the ground. Sodhi dives, won't cut it off. 4 runs. Bring back Norman. Bring back John. Bring back John.
Breakthrough Norman.
35 for 5. Rishabh Pant, 11 off 5. Such a dangerous player. It's his second boundary, 1-4-1-6 on a big barrel boundary count, big range. Bigger deals, chasing 147. Jeremy Coney. Wow.
Looks like Punt's response to all this carnage that's going on at the far end is to come at the New Zealand spinners, try and get it on the full and play powerfully. He's already hit a couple straight down the ground, hasn't he?
Phillips has 1 for 5. This is the second over. The off spinner bowling around the wicket to the left-hander. Just a slip behind the wicket. There's a sweep on the bottom edge. Will take it past the short fine leg. Another 4. The crowd finds their voice. 39 for 5.
They are there. But it's been an extraordinary little mini session, hasn't it, for India? I mean, Nathan Lyon must really be enjoying watching this. He's going to be bowling at these batsmen. Gill letting a ball tail in towards him and getting bowled. Surely it's got to hit your pad if you're going to be letting it go and not playing a shot.
Phillips bouncing in again on a long approach. Dug out. Yorker, because Punt was coming down the wicket, trying to be assertive back to the bowler.
Kohli getting so far forward and so low with his hands that the shoulder of the bat comes into play, even if it bounces at a normal kind of height and carries through to slip. Jaiswal pushing forward, the pad is in the way almost, so he can't get the bat at the ball, can't get the bat around and in front of it with DRS. There are loads of little things that we're seeing about defence from the Indian top order.
Punt waits for Phillips. Short wide of off stump, no timing. It's bottom hand into action. It remains 39 for 5.
I can understand why they feel they have to attack, and they trust their attack better than their defence. Their defence is almost non-existent sometimes.
Extraordinary scenes in Mumbai. Rocking back, playing nicely with great timing on this occasion with a cut stroke. It was a little bit tighter to off stump, but the length allowed him to pick up a single. He moves to 16, does Punt, and it's 40 for the loss of 5. Just remind you, New Zealand started the day at 171 for 9. They lost Ajaz Patel for 8. Caught in the deep by Akashdeep at deep mid wicket. Jadeja finished with 5 for 55. Will O'Rourke was not out too. That meant India needed 147 for victory. They lost Sharma, trying to slog really. Harmison trying to hit over the onside, top edged, a retreating Phillips taking a good catch at mid-wicket off the bowling of Henry for 11. It was 13 for 1. And the carnage set in. Gill leaving alone. Jeremy told you, bowled for 1. Kohli to squish the ball almost, wasn't he, Jerry? Gone, caught it slip well by Mitchell, away to his right low for 1. And then Safraz Khan. Short wide of off stump, spinning further away from Jadeja. Hits it through the cover region to Will O'Rourke, New Zealand specialist fieldsman. And there is a single, 41 for the loss of 5. And Safraz Khan getting a low full toss and deciding to sweep the ball to the onside. And all he did was pick out Rachin Ravindra in the deep. 29 for 5 at that stage. But 2 players who are very dangerous. Jadeja, especially in white ball cricket, has had a very happy knack of being a pain in the backside to New Zealand bowling attacks. And we all know Punt, well, he only needs an hour to win this.
Yes, he certainly can be a dangerous player. And I think I should order, I mean, you know, New Zealand have done really well to get themselves and work their way into this situation in the match. That's fine, and you'd say they hold a slightly upper hand, but don't feel that it's over because 5 wickets have fallen quickly. You know, to have Jadeja there, who's got lots of runs. Sundar can bat. And Ashwin as well. And as long as Punt is there, you know, playing his aggressive style, 140 isn't beyond the compass at all, folks. So we're glued to this.
Ajaz Patel with 3 for 16 after 4 overs, bowls to Jadeja. Langwood He played from outside of off stump to the mid-wicket region and there's no run.
Yes, New Zealand have started and they've done well, very well. Perhaps better than expected, but it's not over.
Patel bowls, goes past the outside edge. Just shot on a touch. From wide of off stump, Jadeja have gone a long way across. Jerry, we asked prior to the day's play what the average New Zealand fan felt about chances. I think Jarrod gave them a 10% chance. That was sort of matched by the messages we're getting as Jadeja nicely onto his toes. Works it past the mid-wicket. Just dragging the length back was Patel. Needs it fuller. Jadeja gets a run. He's 3. It's 42 for 5. And then the wicket started.
Right.
And the belief came back. And it's the hope that kills you, Jerry. It's the hope that gets you. We always like to say. First message we got, the currency of wickets is 1 down, 9 to go. We can win this.
Oh dear, that was early.
Yeah. Jarrod writing, hi fellas, wow. Here we go, match on. The series sweepers on, pressure on now. Here's more buys, spinning wide. Down the leg side from outside of off. It's also kicked quite low as Pant was in position to play a sweep shot. It really has gone a long way. Blundell just a little bit slow to get those feet going. It's a 4. 46 for the loss of 5. A big barrel boundary, big range, bigger deals.
Yeah, Blundell's had a difficult tour, hasn't he, with the bat for a start, and then there's not enough foot movement, as you say, just sliding across to cover that. Even if you don't take it properly, it should hit something. And whether it's a knee, if it keeps a little bit low, whether it's the pads, you've got to keep busy and keep moving. It's not easy, I will say that, but those are possible to save.
Target 101. Here's a sweep from like almost off the pitch. Jerry's reached for that, fetched it around the corner forward of square for a single. 47 for 5. But I think this message just sums up, I guess, the average New Zealand fan. I'm in shock as I listen next to Lake Karapiro that New Zealand can win 3-0.
Well, yes. Wow, sweeping out of the rough from outside, well outside off.
Going across again, dancing across the stumps outside of off, and then with a little swagger, Jadeja leaves the ball alone. 47 for the loss of 5 wickets at the end of the over. Drinks are coming onto the field. Patel now has 3 for 18 off 5. Sharma 11, Jaiswal 5, Gill 1, Kohli 1, Sarfaraz Khan 1. Those are the men out. Pant is 17 off just 11 balls with 2 fours and a 6. And Ravindra Jadeja is 3 off 9. 8 extras, all buys. 47 for the loss of 5. Henry 3 overs, no maiden, 1 wicket for 10. Ajaz Patel 5 overs, no maiden, 3 for 18. Phillips 2 overs, 1 for 11. You are listening to live and exclusive coverage of India v New Zealand on talkSPORT 2, SENZ Radio in New Zealand, and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Yes, while the last 45 odd minutes has been wonderful for New Zealand, Jerry, I just keep coming back, and we stated it in our intro. You can't look too far down the road. That is the key message I've taken from the series.
Yeah.
It has been one of thrust, counter thrust. When you think you know, you don't know.
Shall I say anything after that? Look, I would say if we analysed each wicket that New Zealand have taken this morning, would we say that it's been because of the threatening bowling? Could I ask that question of you? Am I allowed to ask that question to you? Would you say it's been pinpoint, flight and dipping and beat the batsman and take the wicket? That there's been a level of threat that was very difficult to confront. Because looking at them, Rohit Sharma, short ball, poor stroke.
Man having a bit of a crisis of confidence and lacking a game plan.
I agree.
Jaiswal, I would say good enough bowling. Gill, good enough bowling. Kohli got enough bowling,
Yeah.
but you're right, there are.
Yeah,
It does seem some technical
hasn't-
flaws.
It has been more batsman errors, the point I'm making, than actually brilliant bowling. They've put it in an area, yes, they've put it in a place you have to stop it, but they haven't known quite how to stop it safely. And that's really been the summary for me of what I've seen. Being a New Zealander, of course, I can't conceal the fact that it pleases.
And a good catch from Phillips.
Yes, just backpedaling. So, that just tailing, and that should hit the pad.
But it would be out.
No.
If he's not playing a shot.
No,
But
it
it's
would have
bad
been out
toe,
a different way.
Yeah.
It was just a bad judgment.
Yeah. And well, the Suffrage can't. I don't know what to say. I really don't.
No, that's you end up thinking, what are these batsmen doing? The top order has been swept aside. But what I've also just mentioned quickly is that there is danger lurking in that lower middle order for India. Quite often they have had to bail out, and this is in not just this test but other tests, they've had to bail out the top order, and they're having to do it again today.
More messages, Jeremy, for you. We've got our dear friend Andy Thompson. The only to do this test at this point is to mow my lawn with the headphones on. That can be difficult. You've got to get good headphones for that. You need good headphones for that.
It's not a push mower?
We've got Graham. How's this? Graham was involved in a bit of history.
Yep.
I love this type of test. I was doing the scoreboard at Carisbrook when Stephen Bock kicked away the winning run against the West Indies. I think we only needed 103 to win that test. Graham now in Ashburton.
Well done. Yes, that was. Two of the worst run leg buys, Graham, you would have seen, with Stephen Bock with the pad, the top part, the flap of the pad, bending over towards his shins, flapping backwards and forwards, slowing him down rather than providing more air resistance. Exactly.
He hadn't been in the Team New Zealand wind tunnel, had he?
Yes, exactly. That's right. With Gary Troop, both of them.
47 for 5, play about to resume, and Craig writes, the chances of New Zealand winning must be 95%. Same as the experts who rated it on the Saturday session yesterday on SENZ. Phillips starts drifting to the pads to a sharp punt, turn to mid-wicket, there's no run.
These are important overs, aren't they,
They
now, as New Zealand try to just gain a little bit since that last wicket of Safaraz. They've got to get some control back here, get some spin.
Phillips bowls too full, nicely manoeuvred through whitish mid-on around as Rachin Ravindra is lithe in the field. Single, punt off strike on 18. It's 48 for the loss of 5. The good news there, 99. So you're into double figures as far as chasing.
Yep, the whitening on the wall has gone up, and with 100 and 90 and 80 in groups of 10 going down to 0 somewhere. But look, New Zealand need to go through a phase here where they don't want this part. What we've seen is the longer you bat on this surface, the easier it becomes.
Came together at 29 for 5. It's now 48 for 5. And this won't help. It's a low full toss. Punched up towards mid-on. Now challenge the field, who's, 2/3 the way back at mid-on. A single. Jadeja 4, 49 for 5. Jarrod Kimber's back, is he?
He's got his earphones on by the look of it.
That was disappointing, wasn't it? Letting Jadeja off the way he's been batting with a full toss there.
Yeah.
Phillips driven into the covers on the up, but landing in front of the New Zealand captain. Latham tumbling away to his right, sort of similar to Sodhi's dismissal into Kohli last night.
Punt bringing that bottom hand into play. He's sort of slightly slapped at that, hasn't he? And it wasn't controlled, the stroke.
Just one slip for Pant. It's a hard volley, played very nicely through whitish mid-off. Henry gets there, but they'll come back for 2. Jadeja quick as he runs to the danger end. Crowd love the fact that they hit 50. 51 for the loss of 5. Pant moves to 20 off just 15 balls. 96 runs away for India. 5 wickets needed by New Zealand.
New Zealand have lost their length. They've got too full again, the spinners. Got to just pull it back a little bit and bring the pitch into play.
51 for 5 as Phillips around the wickets, dancing down, getting to the pitch of the ball, making it a low full toss, working once more to Ravindra for a single. 52 for 5. That is the end of the Phillips over. 5 runs off it. He is 1 for 16 off 3.
I think they need to get the message to Phillips straight away, and I don't see anyone going up to talk to him, but he bowled 2 for almost every ball that over. There is no reason to bowl that full on this pitch. He needs to be a little bit shorter. Pant's probably going to come down the wicket anyway, guys. And when you are short on this wicket, it's actually very hard to hit a boundary. Whereas when you're full, that's when we've seen the vast majority of the boundaries. So that's got to be a message to him straight away of you just don't need to bowl that kind of New Zealand length. You need to just hit the wicket over and over again here and hope that the odd one keeps low and that the spin plays a part and that they dance down.
Well, if you remember at Pune, wasn't it, that Pant was actually bowled playing a pull shot. It was slightly short from Phillips.
Kept low, didn't it?
Just kept a little bit lower.
That perfect length on this wicket, I think, as well.
I think so.
But this is an interesting over because now Rishabh Pant's going to be facing Ajaz Patel, and he's going to look for 2 boundaries minimum this over.
Left arm spin against power, left hand bats. One as the ball spins back, he pulls. Almost a repeat, fellas, of the dismissal in Pune you described. Problem was it spun just a little too much and ended up hitting the body. 52 for 5 remains.
That's a half tracker, but on this wicket, it's almost out.
Gee, my bowling would be very dangerous. Here's a flick to the onside. Ball spinning back into Pant. He moves to 21. It's 53 for the loss of 5.
That's a little win again for New Zealand. Just getting Rishabh Pant off strike. So 2 good balls from, well, not 2 good balls, but two balls that provided like quarter chances there. 2 terrible balls. But yeah, it might be the kind of wicket where a club spinner is almost the best kind of spinner. I might warm up, Jeremy.
Or perhaps you've brought a child in who can't. You've lengthened the wicket.
Yeah.
And it's a wee bit long for them.
Like under-8s cricket, when those who actually bowl tend to go for runs.
But it is.
The ones who bounce it 3 or 4 times.
It seems to be better in other to go onto the shorter length rather than, these are a wee bit short, but to go onto a shorter length than really full and beat someone in the air and all that kind of thing. I think we haven't seen one turn so much because of the length either. You see, we haven't seen that.
Patel again from over the wicket, spinning back to Jadeja again, goes a long way across, exposing all 3 stumps. It's high on the bat.
He's a very big chance here, Jadeja, of being bowled around his legs, or in front of his legs, I suppose, because he's going so far outside off stump that there's about a foot distance.
Not this time because it's over pitched. Bottom hand thunders it through mid-on to Will O'Rourke for a single. 54 for the loss of 5. Jeremy,
I'm not saying anything.
One of your great mates.
Oh.
Tanker Man's back. Milk Tanker Man.
Okay.
You love so much. Says Tanker Man here. Says, wow, wasn't expecting that when I tuned in to start my night shift. Game could be over by the time I get to my first farm in 2.5 hours. Here's a sweep, uppish to deep square, into a gap where Conway's around from mid-wicket. It was deep backwards square and Henry went between the two. They get a run, 55 for 5.
Well, that was pretty short. I think it's another ball, isn't it?
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
It would have actually been out.
LBW, the pull stroke, which hit the body.
They didn't review it. I mean, to be honest,
no one on the field thought.
No one appealed.
Nor did we.
We didn't think it either. It just felt like it was going down leg, didn't it? And it was quite high, but wow. Okay. I mean, to be honest, guys, there's a lot that can play out in the next little while. I just want to put it on the table. I did call a tie yesterday.
If Ajaz is going to bowl that wide of off stump to Jadeja, then the backward square needs to come squarer.
Once more, shuffling right across outside of off stump. He plays with soft hands, turns it to short leg to end the over. 55 for the loss of 5. And Jadeja is 5, Pant 23. The target is 147. And the most important question of them all, and I hope we're not an ad break in New Zealand, we could be. Why on earth would you two come back on to commentate when your mates have just called 5 wickets?
Well, we tried to throw it back.
Yeah, that's Chris in Christchurch. Very, very good question. It was 4. No one likes to correct it, Chris.
Has Gary got the stats on who's taken the most wickets in this series?
Only Gary would know that, wouldn't he?
What did he say? Gary's
going to work on who's taken the most wickets. Oh, surely it's Breakthrough Norman. But
Breakthrough Norman is going to take them.
Start of the new over, it will be Phillips, 1 for 16. Catching the outside edge, pushing into the onside was the attempt by Pant. It goes through. Point gets a single, 56 for the loss of 5.
I could be wrong, guys. I just think it's got a little bit tougher to bat again in the last little while, because Pant's gone from looking absolutely brilliant to just looking a little bit shakier, and the ball's not hitting the middle of the bat as often, and I think that maybe the lacquer's come off the ball and it's starting to grip a little bit more now.
We've had enough short balls to see the turn, haven't we? And whether the sun is starting to play a part, I don't know yet.
56 for 5. Jadeja on strike on 5. Phillips from around the wicket with his off spin. Push forward. There's no run. But to our good friend in Christchurch, Chris, who's questioned why we've come on after Breakthrough Norman. Lethal Norman in some quarters, I understand. Fear not, Chris. He's warming up. Yeah. He's ready to go in about 6 minutes.
Okay. Just another over, Chris. You'll be all right. He's doing his vocal exercises.
Yeah. Breathe easy, New Zealand. Norman back into the attack as Phillips drifts into the pads of Jadeja. Pushes through mid-wicket. Got one. He wants two. Rishabh Pant. Oh, he's doing this street crossing outside of a school. No. Stay there. Not coming back. Probably was two there. Jadeja was halfway down before he realised the big hand was up. Only a single.
Well, Glenn Phillips has fielded this at deep mid-wicket. I can't imagine there wasn't two available, guys. He has literally gone all the way out, about 15 metres outside the circle at mid-wicket to field that on his own. And Rishabh's like, just the one.
Come on.
I think that just sums up those two players quite perfectly.
Does Rishabh want the strike, does he?
That or he doesn't want to run. 57 for 5. Punt's on 24 off just 20. Wait. Hits down towards long on. He didn't hit it at all well. And it lands about 6 or 7 metres in front of Rachin Ravindra. 58 for 5. Punt's 25. 89 runs away, India.
We're getting closer to that man in Christchurch. We started to show some potential there.
Oh, it really...
He'll be throwing things at the wireless right now, won't he? Get these clowns on.
He's counting down. It says 4 minutes 40 left now.
Come on, Jay. Come on, boys. Go 6 now. Come on.
Joseph Tom Blundell behind the wicket. Squats down. Phillips is ready to go. 1 for 19. 2 balls remaining in his 4th over. Now bowling to Jadeja. Comes forward late as he defends to the onside. No run.
90 Ks.
Is Sodhi? He's not bad for a drag down, if that's what you're after. I actually thought he, outside of his first over, he conceded 8. I thought he was quite good after that. Got rid of Pant too. But right now it's Phillips. Flighted. Tantalising line outside of off stump. No stroke. The end of the Phillips over. Just 3 runs off at 58 for the loss of 5. 89 runs away. New Zealand 5 wickets away from making it a 3-0 clean sweep.
And only 90 odd runs, isn't it? What are they chasing?
89 from here, chasing 147. New Zealand's never won a 3-match series 3-0 in their history.
What a time to do it. What, especially in this, with this, pulling off this win here would be absolutely incredible, wouldn't it? So yeah, let's go.
But they won't. You've called the tie.
It is going to be a tie. It is going to be a tie. I think everyone feels that at this stage, don't they?
What would be the impact on India going off to Australia 3-0? down
I'm not sure it's going to...
at home.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure it's that much worse, but not being able to chase this total is probably... it's the final arrow, isn't it?
Ajaz Patel starts a new over, coming down the wicket but having to bail out of the stroke because it's quite wide of off stump as punt defence. Can I raise a question? I'm sure you may have touched on it, but I haven't been on air when as Patel's at the top of his mark. Why on earth do you select a squad before the current series you're playing in is over? As Fuller wider of off stump just glided to the backward point region, there won't be a run. Like that. I'm not as plugged into Indian cricket as you are, Jarrod. That just seems madness to me.
Look, we see it a lot, don't we? I do understand your point, but I think in modern cricket it's something that we see maybe a little bit too much now.
There's a sweep and a reverse, quite powerful, down towards Sodhi for a single. Punt moves to 26. It's 59 for the loss of 5.
I'd go
147.
I'd go a step further. I mean, the BCCI aren't exactly short of money. I'm not really sure why you need to only have a 16 or a 17 person squad anyway. I don't understand why they can't have a flexibility of taking 22 players over, and they're going to take a lot of net bowlers over themselves anyway. Squad seems to me a very antiquated way of picking cricket when you have as much money as the BCCI. I'd just take my best 50 cricketers over.
50?
Yeah, maybe 55.
Okay.
Not sure the home side would be pleased with all the accommodation costs.
Well bowled, spinning back in towards that front pad, and inside edge went straight down. Young
Travelling.
I think we're off in 2 balls, fellas. I'll let Jarrod, Jon and Iain carry this conversation on.
It is. I mean, it is odd if you get injuries, isn't it, when you're away from home, like the Santner issue, for example.
Hands very low from Jadeja as he defends. 1 ball remaining. Final word. It's got to go to Chris again from Christchurch, Jarrod.
Oh, he's back.
He said, "I will give you some credit. You did call 1 wicket. Unfortunately, it was Ajaz." This one's a nasty ball, wide of off stump, bouncing up sharply. Hit Jadeja's gloves. He was in no control. The end of the over. It is 59 for the loss of 5. Jadeja's 5. Punt is on 26. Celebrate, New Zealand. Celebrate. Stand to attention. It's time to head to Lethal Norman.
Rest easy, Kiwis. I'm back. India, 59 for 5. Big thanks to Jeremy and Daniel, who have seen us through the, by my reckoning, the 3rd highest partnership by India in this Test match. There was a big one. 100 runs for the 4th wicket. Was it the 5th? Yesterday, but that says a lot, doesn't it? 30 runs between Rishabh Pant, who's 26, Ravindra Jadeja 6 not out.
Come on, Jack, come on, boy.
And if Ajaz Patel could pick up a ground and walk around the world with it in his back pocket, it would be this one. No overseas spinner has ever taken more wickets at a single Test ground than he. He's followed up that 10-fer in 2021 with another clutch as Glenn Phillips is in. It's not Ajaz Patel, and on the sweep, the reverse sweep, is Rishabh Pant. He's got a top edge which has flown over and behind the stumps. It was in the air for a while, and another nervy moment for India. 61 for 5, so they'll add a couple of runs. It's come off the glove and it's looped over Daryl Mitchell at first slip.
Come on, boys.
I like his options, because even if I think that's a little bit of handle, his handle would he carried a little bit further. I think Pant's options here are pretty statistically correct in terms of the pitch and in terms of the bowling.
Here's Phillips again, and Pant shapes to come forward, and then in the end just rocks back, places this into the offside. He wants a run.
Might not look it.
Couple of paces down the track, but he's sent back by Ravindra Jadeja. This is not the time for a run out.
Well, we've already seen 2 miscommunications in the last 2 overs now?
I said shot making, not the running.
No, but that's what I'm saying. There are half chances everywhere at the moment.
61 for 5. Glenn Phillips has picked up 1 wicket. Is in again, and this is straight and swept to the boundary. by Rishabh Pant. From his first scoring shot, which was a 6, it seemed like the hopes of India chasing down 147 rest on the Indian wicketkeeper's shoulders. At the other end, Ravindra Jadeja is playing with hard hands, he's jabbing at the ball, he's moving all over the crease. He looks like he could get out to any delivery. But Rishabh Pant now is going at better than a run a ball. The crowd are behind him. New Zealand know they need to get him. Phillips again, and he draws a defensive shot from the blade of Rishabh Pant.
That's a better length. The length Ajaz bowled in his previous over, I think that was Ajaz's best over this morning in terms of length, consistency of length and consistency of what he was trying to do. Phillips has just been a little full.
Let the pitch do the talking. As Pant defends again. This is similar length to the ball before. Don't want to over pitch, not on this. So much turn.
You can still see the ball's going up out of the hand. There's still that. This is how New Zealand spinners bowl. That's what they're used to do. The ball's still going up. A little bit flatter, a bit more dartier, and really angle the ball into the pitch. So you've got that.
Difficult to change though, isn't it?
Yes.
I will almost think that New Zealand should have brought the field in here. They want Jadeja facing the first ball of the next over, but it's going to be Rishabh Pant. There's a fielder back on the boundary at extra cover, and Pant takes a comfortable single. End of the over, a good one for India. 7 runs coming from it. India moved to 66 for 5. Still 81 runs adrift. We've got 25 minutes until lunch. Even in Rishabh Pant world, India aren't going to knock those runs off before the break. So, where will we be? If India walk in at lunch without Rishabh Pant there, then New Zealand will really fancy their chances. Saying that, there is some batting to come. Washington Sundar is going to be coming in with an average of 68. Seems a touch wasteful.
Well, he's batting one lower in the first innings of this Test match because of the night watchman. So there's. But yes, it does seem wasteful.
3 for 22. How well is he bowled, Ajaz Patel?
I think they like this matchup. I think they like Ajaz to Pant. Given the previous over as well, how Ajaz bowled him, I think this matchup is what they're hoping for when you were saying trying to keep Jadeja on strike. I think Ajaz has there's a greater chance of him taking at the moment the biggest wicket of the it's the most important wicket right now. The ball spinning in.
Here is Patel, and a superb fielding from Daryl Mitchell. It's a straight delivery, and Rishabh Pant is down on the sweep, the reverse sweep, and Daryl Mitchell sees him, so he immediately starts running to his left, and he has just saved. I mean, you're talking about getting your body in the line in terms of the wicketkeeper. That's exactly what Daryl Mitchell's done. He saved that with his shins, and he saved runs. Pant's still there, and it keeps low, jabs the bat down.
That's a much better length. Just on the Daryl Mitchell save, excellent effort to get your body behind it when you've lost about 70% of your body.
You don't lose weight off your shins.
Yeah, it's true. That's why he was okay with his shins.
His oversized shins in relation to the rest of his body. Patel is in. This is wide and pulled to the boundary by Rishabh Pant. Extraordinary shot. Whatever the condition of the pitch or the game, the crowd are starting to believe, and whilst Rishabh Pant's there, so will the Indian team. This was well wide from Patel, and it's been ridden by Rishabh Pant. 4 more runs to the score.
The width is the only problem on that for me. If that's a fraction straighter, a fraction more towards the bowler's follow-through footmarks,
Patel again. This is straighter. Once again, Rishabh Pant flamboyantly smashing this to the deep square leg fielder for a single. That gets Jadeja back on strike, and I think this is the guy that New Zealand want to bowl at.
Because if it doesn't bounce from that length, and we have seen a couple not bounce from that length, that makes you look very embarrassed when it hits you on the shin in front of the stumps. So I don't necessarily mind that. Set a field to it if it does bowl regular. It does bounce regular.
71 for 5 then. They're nearly halfway to the target, left alone. This is really, really wide of Jadeja. Too wide. You've got to get him playing at the ball, and we've seen throughout his innings Jadeja is coming forward. He's playing at deliveries that he doesn't need to. Last ball of the over. This is better, and it's caught a short leg. Jadeja's clipped one to the right of Will Young, who's taken a one-handed screamer. Jadeja's got to go for 6.
Drop first ball there.
New Zealand have struck again, and the crowd's been silenced once more. New Zealand believe. India now 71 for 6.
76 behind. Patel, it's a big facility to wrap up. The ball spinning in. Jadeja getting back, doing most things right. Inside edge, hits his pad, and he couldn't hold on to the first one. Young in there at short leg that Jadeja gave him was tougher than that one. Diving forward in front of the line of mid-on. 6 down now.
And it is Washington that comes in ahead of Ravichandran Ashwin. Nobody has made batting look easy on this track apart from Rishabh Pant. Give the man the single and bowl at the other end.
Your point is good now. I still feel that the AJ's Pant on the previous over was the matchup.
You don't need to bowl at him anymore.
I know that.
That's it.
I get
now,
that.
right?
No, but in the last over, I think it made more sense.
But given how important Pant's wicket is, and how AJ's bowled to him in the previous over, if you can get the big wicket out, the more important wicket out,
get him out.
But I take your point. Yeah, bowl to the other guy, absolutely, 100%. But I do feel that's a mode that the England team take on too quickly. I do feel that you have to get. Sometimes you do. If you see something, have to take the set, the more important batsman. You do have to go after them.
I think Rishabh Pant will give you chances anyway, won't he? I think so. There is an element of that. What I did like there, John, is he did bowl that a little bit straighter, so he's still landing it in the rough. Yeah. But, before he was bowling so wide that he had to get the magic ball. That wasn't the magic ball, was it? It was just a little bit straighter. It stuck in the wicket a little bit. Jadeja wasn't doing anything silly. Jadeja was just trying to flick it away for a single. And he's got it almost off the middle of his bat onto his pad, and then it is just gone to the right of Will Young, who took a very good catch because he was going to his left, because that's where the ball was going, and then suddenly had to go back to his right. So it's all happening again. Ty's still on, though. Ty's still on.
He almost flinched, didn't he, Will Young? Because if it had come off the face of the bat, it was flying straight at him. It was more get your body in the way, but is that coming towards my face? But because it took the pad, it just took the pace off. Obviously, moved it to his right, and he did well actually, just to assess, change and catch.
There's no leg slip, so why are you not going deeper? Because you don't want to go back, do you? You don't want to go back and get one that doesn't bounce. But no leg slip. He was looking to hit that square or squarer than he needed to. There's that being too greedy, trying to get too much bat on it sometimes.
Rishabh Pant, meanwhile, is going to face his first delivery from Glenn Phillips. Beautiful off spinner, which is pitched, landed, middle and leg, and then turned away from the... It's not another wicket, by the way. That's just a replay of the Will Young catch.
Yeah, that wasn't...
moved away from the left-hander, and he's had to defend. That was as uncomfortable as we've seen, playing defensively, as Pant again comes forward and just guards that leg stump line.
It wasn't quite the 8 degrees that Ashwin was getting yesterday, spinning it in that direction from left to right. But it was good spin.
23 wickets at the Wankhede. Ajaz Patel. By far the most wickets taken at this ground by an overseas bowler.
In how many? 2 tests.
Crazy, right? Here's Phillips on the swing. There's a top edge, and it's going to land safely.
This is the point about giving him a single. If you have a man of
Well, if you're going to bowl as well as Phillips has the last 3 balls, it doesn't matter. It's before, when they were over pitching and everything, you want to give him the single. But that's the perfect length. He now has to sweep off a dangerous length. And because of that, he's got the toe end of the bat, and that could have gone to short mid-wicket. In the end, it goes just behind square leg, and Ishodi comes in off the boundary. Glenn Phillips has 20 conversations with Rishabh Pant.
He's sweeping without being able to smother.
Yeah.
So he can't get the smother sweep. So therefore, it's toe. Good point.
The other point that you make, Washington Sundar is a very good batter, so it's not like he's a walking wicket, is it? You can't. And nor is Jadeja, although he did resemble one today. Here's Phillips. This is straighter. He's bowling really close to the stumps, and he actually wants the court behind. Blundell behind, takes the stumps as well.
Mitchell
heard a noise. They're talking. There's 7 seconds left. Are they going to go upstairs? They've got 3 reviews left.
Blundell says no, and Latham is not going to go up. I'm not sure I heard a noise.
No, I didn't see anything, and I didn't hear anything.
TV umpire director.
Oh, they have gone.
I didn't see that.
Well done, TV director.
Was it toe of the bat hitting the ground as he prodded forward? Was that the...
Do you know what I think it is, Ian? I think it's one of those really good deliveries
It's like,
that deserves a wicket, and I want everyone to look at it again.
His shoelace does hit his bat very hard there, everyone, but he hasn't hit the ball.
He's not hit the ball.
Just check with Aldridge, please.
It wasn't the toe of the bat hitting the ground, but...
It might be the toe of the bat hitting the foot, is it?
It hits his foot, side of his foot.
But you can just see...
And it actually hits the side of his foot as the ball goes past the bat, right? So you can understand why they've gone for this, but it will not be overturned. Sorry about that, listeners to SENZ.
Nothing there.
And then the noise comes...
No.
I'm waiting for the noise to come after.
I didn't even hear a noise.
I didn't hear a noise either, but it looked like he hits his
Somebody
shoelace
heard
on
a
the way
noise.
through.
It did seem like that, didn't it? But you can see a clear gap between ball and bat, so
certainly
nothing
didn't hit it.
doing there.
The good thing from a New Zealand perspective is he's lunging, he's pushing, so the nick will carry.
He's bowling much straighter to Washington Sundar in the first forays of the innings, as this is defended by Washington on a middle and leg stump line. This is getting Washington playing forward. We're seeing a replay. It's definitely bat hitting shoe, isn't it?
It definitely does hit shoe, Jarrod. There is
few.
Yes, definitely.
Me and Daryl,
One ball left of the 17th over. India 72 for 6. Glenn Phillips, who's picked up 1 wicket. Washington Sundar yet to get off the mark, and he's forward. There's a slight turn, but he defends this comfortably enough. Whew.
Was that the best over of Glenn Phillips today as well?
Yeah, I think we've seen the best over for Glenn Phillips and the best over from Ajaz Patel, and there wasn't a wicket from either.
Well, it takes a... This is not how New Zealand... Like I said earlier, this is not how New Zealand bowlers bowl. This is not what they're taught to do. They will sprinkle, before tours, they'll sprinkle dirt on indoor wickets, and they will practice spinning the ball. But that's often more for the batsman to get used to facing that kind of style of bowling. It's not often for the bowlers to get used to that style of bowling. So it can take some time to work it out. But it's being able to keep that in your memory, your muscle memory. Being able to keep this into the muscle memory, which can be really difficult. You start the year over again, the muscle memory is back to 0, back to where you are regularly, and this is where the concentration is. No, I've got to faster, shorter. So I am going to bowl slow. I've got to take it. I've got to get it to bring the length back so that they're lunging, they're really reaching for it. Will the two men behind square on the leg side, they're probably the two most important fielders on the park at the moment, and first slip.
Rishabh Pant about to face the first delivery of this over from Ajaz Patel. Keeps a touch low, it's straight. If I was New Zealand, I would be maybe asking William O'Rourke to come off and have a drink, and getting Tim Southey out there, maybe putting Mitchell Santner, maybe just freshening up a couple of those fielders. This is too full and on the pads, and Pant will clip this away for a single, gets him off strike. Washington Sundar, the new bat, yet to get off the mark. 73 for 6, India. If you're just joining us on talkSPORT 2 or SENZ or via the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, earlier today New Zealand bowled out for 174. Patel last man out, another fifer, second in the match for Jadeja. And then India, who were set 147, were reduced to 29 for 5. Sharma, Gill, Kohli, Jaiswal and Sarfraz. Check out the Sarfraz dismissal, by the way. Washington facing, and he's forward and plays a handsome sweep shot. There's a confident chap as he gets off the strike, and India move to 74 for 6. A partnership then of 42, which should have been ended earlier. Rishabh Pant, who had a life in the first innings, has had one in the second. If Ajaz Patel and New Zealand had reviewed a not-out on-field leg before call, Pant would have gone. But he's still there, 40 not out. But Ravindra Jadeja, as Pant is down the track, and this is an uncomfortable shot. He's basically at risk of stumping himself, so he thrusts a pad and the bat towards the ball, and he comes through for another run. Jadeja caught brilliantly by Will Young at short leg from Ajaz Patel's last over. He has 4 for 1 for Phillips. There's Sharma went early again to pace. Henry miscued Paul, and here we are with 10 minutes to go until the lunch break. India need 72 runs, and New Zealand need 4 wickets to wrap up what is and would be one of the greatest series results in the history of Test cricket. Patel is in, and this is pulled through mid-wicket. There's a chase on for the fielder, is Conway. He does well to restrict this to 2. Sundar's looked good. He's only faced 5 deliveries.
He's looked good all series. That's again from Ajaz Patel. That's just slightly too wide, so it gives the batsman that little bit more freedom to get deeper in the crease and hit with the spin. When that's a little bit straighter, that's harder to go back to and get into that swivel position that Washington got into.
Ravichandran Ashwin, Mohammad Siraj and Akashdeep, the 3 batters to come as Washington Sundar is forward and defending on a 4th stump line, and it's fielded by Ajaz Patel. No run to end the over, a good one for India. 5 runs coming from it. How New Zealand would love another. Is it too greedy to ask for 7 wickets in a session?
Yes. No.
I think it's happened.
Oh, it's happened.
Has it happened in this
What
series?
was when were they bowled out for
There was
46? What was the 46? There must have been.
There were 6 wickets
no, that was
in the afternoon session.
Oh, you're talking this Test match?
In Pune. I'm just looking back.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, how many were they? There were 6 down at lunch on day 2, which was effectively day 1 of the first Test, India. So they've lost 6 wickets in a session again. And we're just seeing a little stat flash up. Ajaz Patel against Indian batters, 84 runs from 150 deliveries, and he's taken 9 wickets at an economy of 3.4. Against Rishabh Pant, he's going at 9 and over, and he's never got him out. But he would have done if he'd reviewed. This is 2 straight from Phillips, and Rishabh Pant will just help this over his shoulder and away for 4. He's moving relentlessly, remorselessly towards 50. India 81 for 6. Rishabh Pant moves to 45.
My long stop would have saved 9 runs this morning.
You did mention long stop yesterday.
I don't know where you take him from. I don't know how many other runs would have been scored there, but no, you're never going to have a long stop. Lovely shot, 2 straight, spinning, gets almost trying to get underneath that on the lap sweep and gets it over the keeper's right shoulder.
Actually looked like he hit it twice. It's Pant. Again, this is too much down the leg side, and Pant, if he'd stayed where he was, and maybe Glenn Phillips saw him coming actually and just fired it down there, but if Rishabh Pant stays where he is, he's probably taking another 4 to fine leg there. As it is, it's no run. 81 for 6. So approaching at lunch on day 3. As Phillips is in. This is a better line. Draws Pant forward. No real spin there. 81 for 6. India, can they really lose for the 3rd match in a row to New Zealand? That keeps New Zealand in the World Test Championship final hunt, by the way, if it happens, amongst all the other stuff. Good ball from Phillips. Beats the outside edge of Pant, who looks uncertain for one of the only times as he comes forward. He's kind of guessing here, and that ball does not go too far from the outside edge.
Stop spinning it so much. You're not going to get wickets with that.
I think if he comes forward more decisively, he might do. But he just hangs back just a fraction, and that might actually save him.
The hands don't go.
Phillips again, and this is straight. Bounce as well, actually. Defended by Pant.
The hands don't keep pushing forward, which means you don't bring that top third of the bat into play. If you play the line, hold your line, you're typically in a much safer and a much secure position. But as soon as you get out and still moving forward,
which is what Jadeja was doing,
overbalance.
Last ball of the over, and he struck on the pad and caught at first slip. It's not given by umpire Michael Goff. I think this is probably going down the leg side. Doesn't look to me like there was an inside edge, and New Zealand do not review. 81 for 6. Iain O'Brien, 5 minutes remaining in the session.
19 overs in the morning. See, you can get through it. Well, it's been 17 overs of spin, hasn't there? But they won't be rushing through their overs and necessarily trying to get as many. They certainly don't need. They don't need to get into many overs in the day. But with 6 wickets and still get through 19 overs is really putting the pressure on the batsman in terms of time in between deliveries, time to get settled. I'd be slow if I'm batting out there. I'd be doing a whole lot more gardening just to slow things down.
Here's Washington Sundar. He's forward. He's gone on the slog sweep. It's a toe edge of the bat, and he's been dropped in the outfield by Devon Conway. It was a steepling high chance. It was a really tricky chance. He got there, and he's put it down. I think, though, it was fingertips rather than getting the ball on the full, and Conway looks like he might have injured himself as well a little bit.
I think he was late to pick it up. That slight drift away from Sundar. Conway slightly late to pick it up. He goes around and then has to come in, and it hits a tip. It hits a fingertip on his right hand, and
he's bunted this one into the offside as Washington Sundar. I mean, they're not playing for the break, Iain O'Brien. And again, this just drops short of the fielder at cover. What is going on out there?
The roofs are hot. It is. I don't think you can just play for time on this wicket. If you see something that you think you can score off, I think you have to take the opportunity at whatever stage of the day.
On the pull, Rishabh Pant. He's going to take 4 unless. Oh yes, it is 4. Of all the fielders you didn't want to see there, hurtling along the boundary, desperately trying to chase down the ball, putting in the dive, is a guy who's just done exactly the same thing 2 balls previous and looked like he hurt himself. Devon Conway. Pant moves to 49 with a 4, and India go past 90.
I was going to say it earlier, when when can they get Ish Sodhi involved, and is it now too late? Because an Ish Sodhi over could go for 20. It could dump 2 and then bowl 2 full tosses, and it could go for 20, and then we're in a real different game, which is why I wanted to see Sodhi earlier, so then you can get him out. You can take him out, and you can go back to the bowlers that perceivably may have more control. But his googly and his leggy,
Here's Patel, and again this is too short, and it's pulled, and once again it's Conway. Give the man a break. 50 up for Rishabh Pant. 53 from 48. Devon Conway this time having to hurtle towards square leg. Too short from Ajaz Patel. And Pant has seized on this delivery. India now 92 for 6.
And just so good. Teasing in front of square, behind square. The piece though, there's a little unseen piece there. Matt Henry, he's at deep backward square on the sweep. And he has made 30 metres to come round and pat Conway on the backside and just say, keep going, well done. There's those little unseen bits of sport teamsmanship. And I love him.
You missed that.
I love Matt Henry.
Patel again. And finally, Rishabh Pant defends on about 7th stump line. And wow, what an innings and what a session. We've got 1 ball left. And then we'll take stock for 40 minutes. The series will be decided with 3 results still remaining. Technically 4, but it's not going to be a draw.
As I was trying to get to sleep, I just had 6 down in my head as if India are going to win, it'll be 6 down. I don't know why. If New Zealand going to win, it'll be 10 down. Sorry, it would be by 12.
Last ball of the session, and that straight bat from Rishabh Pant brings this remarkable, unforgettable 2 hours of cricket to a close. India,
almost 100
you'd have
runs
to
in the
say,
session.
Had the second hour, but they lost 5 wickets in the first hour, which means that at lunch 92 for 6. They still need 55. Pant has scored 53. He's got Washington Sundar, who's been dropped, still with him on 6. Not a lot of batting to come. New Zealand of course need 4 wickets to win the match and take the series 3-0. All to play for here on talkSPORT 2, SENZ, and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. And I'm not sure where you begin with that session of cricket, you know, Brian.
I can't wait to see how Ashwin, how he tries to play his innings. New Zealand have to get to Ashwin, obviously. Either one of these two is the big wicket. Neither is a bigger wicket than the other. Yes, one is scoring a whole lot faster than the other. Pant is well in front of more than a ball or run. But Washington Sundar's ability to stick around, get in, score runs, create a partnership. He hasn't been the difference, but he's been a shining light in this Indian batting lineup. So it's, do you attack both batsmen or do you defend both batsmen? New Zealand have some perfect time to go in and have a really good discussion about it and come back out with a couple of plans. There's Rachin Ravindra that hasn't bowled. There's Sodhi that hasn't bowled. There's Willow Rourke that hasn't bowled. So they have options up there. They have options.
We shall see. We shall see. Iain O'Brien, thank you for your time over the last couple of hours. Big thanks to Daniel McHardy and Jeremy Coney, Jarrod Kimber, we will be bringing you the final session of the Test series in the next 40 minutes on talkSPORT 2 in the UK, SENZ in New Zealand, and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. But coming up in the break, we've got some highlights from the second ODI, which was nearly as dramatic as what we've borne witness to today. Liam Livingston with one of the innings, the captain's innings for the ages. Incredible stuff. We'll bring you a full reaction to that, a game that was broadcast exclusively on talkSPORT 2 on Saturday. But for now, you are listening to talkSPORT 2 SENZ, live exclusive coverage of India against New Zealand.
talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League.
The Monday Club on talkSPORT 2.
A broadcasting juggernaut of sport.
They were in big trouble at half-time.
Professional analysis.
He always gets away with these tactical fouls. Oh, he's the master of dark arts.
And refreshingly frank opinion after all the action.
I don't know if they're as open as they were and as aggressive as they were.
The Monday Club, the sharpest minds in the business.
Elite level mentality.
Tomorrow afternoon from 5.
On talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the third test, direct from Mumbai, as India take on New Zealand.
Fielded, oh, there's going to be a run-out!
Only on talkSPORT
2. Here is Turner once again. That is up to brilliant catch! What a catch from Jordan Cox! Here's Archer again, and he's caught down the leg side. Big bonus for England. Huge bonus.
Case Carty goes over the top, this time off the back foot. There wasn't minimal footwork. He's gone all the way for 6.
Short, pulled in the air, out towards deep mid-wicket. Long ball. Brings up his 50 from just 66 deliveries. Half century. for Casey Carty.
This again drifts onto the legs and Carty's able to swivel and pull on that, and this time it goes to Turner again at deep backward square, but this time he spills it.
Shocker, really. He'll be desperately disappointed with that.
Oh, that's smashed by Hetmeyer. Miles and miles onto one of the berms, the grass banks.
Rashid in once again. Hetmeyer's down the pitch. Thick outside edge, and he'll be caught by Archer at point. And Shai Hope square drives it out to Sam Curran on the deep cover boundary for a single that takes him to 100.
Shai Hope, he waits for Jofra Archer.
Swings hard at this one. Now this is got underneath. Is there a fielder close by? Yes, there is. And Liam Livingston takes the catch. Shai Hope's innings is done. 2 balls to go. Zakib goes in. Low full toss. Oh, Ford has taken this as a shin-high full toss. And it's the 3rd 6 over long off. That is the best shot of the lot. It's not easy sometimes to hit a low full toss. And he's absolutely pinged that one out the middle of the bat. Jacks has decided he's going after Ford. He's hit it out to deep mid-wicket, but he's caught. Well, now that begs a question. Did you need to do it?
Phil Salt waits, bat raised, and he brings it back down, hitting the ball hard, beats mid-off, and that will be 4.
It's a wonderful off drive.
Goes into Salt. That one's back of the length, and Salt just dispatches that through mid-wicket for 4. Sat up there, that one, for Phil Salt.
Yeah, it wasn't short enough, wasn't a bouncer. It was either a drag down or missed his length, and that's 50 for Phil Salt, an excellent 50.
Oh, that's smashed away high into the air. I don't think he's got all of it. He hasn't. There's a fielder underneath it, and he takes the catch.
Brings Livingston to the crease again. I think he's someone who needs to get his eye in, needs to get used to the pace, and then he can carry on where he left off.
Joseph around. It's a short ball. Oh, Bethel's climbed into that one over the leg side for 6. Whoa! He got all of that and then some.
I've not seen much of Bethel. He's 36 from 44 and he's got there nicely.
Around the wicket to Bethel, using his feet. He's hit down towards long off. Not got enough of it though. And Seals will take the catch. Livingston plays a controlled punch down the ground to long on. Ambles the single. Dots his bat in as he gets to the far end. Takes his helmet off to acknowledge his teammates, the supporters. He kisses the 3 Lions badge on his helmet. Liam Livingston makes 100 from 77 deliveries. Liam Livingston comes down the pitch to meet him, hits to mid-off, it's straight to the fielder. England take the single. They win by 5 wickets with 16 balls to spare, and Liam Livingston will finish 124 not out from just 85 deliveries.
You're listening to talkSPORT 2, SENZ and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, where we are bringing you an absolute classic. The series has continued to amaze. At lunch on day 3, India 92 for 6. They need another 55 runs. New Zealand need 4 wickets. Rishabh Pant 53 not out. India at one stage were 29 for 5. It's been an incredible morning, so stay with us. It was an incredible day yesterday as well. A live and exclusive coverage of the West Indies-England one-day series. England levelling it against the West Indies. As that's how it sounded on talkSPORT 2. The standing captain Liam Livingston hitting an unbeaten 124 to ensure it's a winner-takes-all clash in Bridgetown on Wednesday. And now, after every match of England's tour of the Caribbean, the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel will be releasing a following-on podcast. So let's have a listen to the thoughts of Andrew McKenna, Darren Gough, and the man of the match, Liam Livingston.
Superb with a bat. I thought he was average in the field as a captain and as a bowler today. But when it came down to it, and he's in the side mainly for his batting, his power hitting, but his experience showed them the importance as well of experience. If you're looking down that side and you're probably picking 3 that are in the actual real first choice 11 for one-day internationals, Liam Livingston would be that person, and that was a mature innings for me. Never lost sight. I remember being on with Manners and he said, well, it's, you know what I mean, that with 11 to go, he just kept calm, just took it to 100, bang off 10, and it's with the way they hit the ball these days, 10, 11, 12, I think I said on air, 12 and over now, they believe they're going to get it. They don't want it to go above 12, but at 12, they feel as though they'll walk it. And with those 2 at the crease for the length of time they were there, Livingston and Curran, was an unbelievable partnership. Truly, it's one of the best innings I've seen. That it really is. The maturity of it, the belief that it can go and wait until that final 10 and then just struck with a power. 6. There were sixes everywhere, raining sixes.
Yeah, it was.
And he was doing it at will. Such a good innings.
From Liam Livingston's point of view, it's his first 100 in one-day international cricket for England. I mean, it could be, I don't want to sort of go overboard on this one, but it could be the making of him. I mean, it was so controlled that there was huge power, but there was control in it.
Well, responsibility. He's captain. He wants to. He's captain, right? He's at the crease. They lose. His first series as captain is lost. He's 2-0 down with one to play. That's a captain's innings, an individual innings, and a team performance innings. Absolutely superb. I can't praise him enough. He came to the crease. He set off because the guy he was in. He came at the crease and tried to up the tempo straight away. Once that happened, a wicket went. He then took over the responsible role. Curran came in and upped the tempo. And that's the way they do it. The guy that's in Salt did it until he played that shocker of a shot against Ford. He took his foot off the pedal when Jacob Bethel was going, if you remember. And then he played that poor shot, and Livingston came in, took the pressure off Bethel. Right, you've got to bat and get 100 now. They knew one of their team had to get 100. West Indies did it, and if one of your team gets 100, you're going to be over 300 nearly every time. And now Livingston coming in at 5, magnificent 100. Magnificent.
I mean, Shai Hope made 117 from 127 balls earlier, his 17th one-day international 100. It was a great knock, but it would take something special to take Shai Hope's 100 away from top billing in this game, and boy, did we just have it. I mean, that's how impressive this was.
Well, two top 100s, in this game. Shai's 100 was fantastic as well. 2 wickets down early on, came in as a captain as well. The responsibility there. He knew he had to bat through, and England had him by the throat, really. And I thought England let him off there. They were poor, weren't they? They were poor. There were too many bowling changes. They didn't seem to have a plan. There wasn't going into it and say, right, I think this is the plan for him. This is the plan. He was just winging it. That's what it looked like. We know he wasn't because he captained Lancashire before, but he was winging it. And they lost control, and West Indies managed to get a total, which I thought was way too many. But it goes to show when you've got power in your side and you've got quality like Livingston who can hit sixes, there's no ground big enough in the world. We've seen it in the IPL from him, Big Bash. We've seen it in the 100. We've seen it in the Blast. Everywhere he plays, he can do this. We know he can do this. This is why he goes for $1 million in auctions. And he's just shown today why he's a contracted white ball cricketer for England in all formats.
You've touched on the bowling there. 9 bowlers used by England for only the second time ever in one-day international cricket. Sam Curran was 6th change, 8th bowler used, and it was after 30 overs when it was finally chucked to him. He ended up bowling 3 overs, 0 for 17. I mean, what is Sam Curran's role with England in this side, and what is his role going forward? Because at the moment it looks like in these conditions England see him as a number 6 batter who can bowl a bit, and we know he's better than that.
I think what we've seen of Sam now, he peaked early with his bowling, right, and his batting always had potential, but I think he has turned into a batter now who bowls, right, and I think England have lost faith in his bowling in the longer format, 50 overs, and Test cricket. I think that's been obvious to everyone, right? T20. In fact, his franchise have just released him as well, hasn't he? He's not, and that surprised me as well, because in Indian conditions, these are similar in the West Indies, the slow pitches, ball cross seam, ball across, wants to get it on the offside, bowls lots of slower ball bouncers as well. But he came on too late for me. He's gone from an opening bowler to a first change bowler, now to what was he today? 6 change. And lack of confidence as well, When he's bowled in the SA20, I've seen him the last 2 years, he's been poor. Sam's got to get back to the drawing board with his bowling. I think he's got huge potential as a cricketer in all formats, even Test cricket when Stokes is not around, and if Wokes has an injury. He's still a good player, but he seems to have been put to the back of the queue, doesn't he, at the minute? And his batting's took over. Quality batter, we saw it again tonight. We saw it the other night, and I think his batting now has become his main weapon. He's got to get back to working on his bowling, because still think he's got a lot to offer.
Right, well, Liam Livingston has just been speaking in the last few minutes at the presentation ceremony with Nikhil Chowdhury.
And Liam is also the winning captain. Liam, before this series, you said you felt like you've almost found a new beginning, a new birth in your game. Where has that come from to allow you to be like this?
Yeah, certain things that I've done in practice. The end that I had to the summer in England, I felt like I was getting back to my best. Just maturing a little bit, I think, knowing my game pretty well. And yeah, just back enjoying cricket, which ultimately I know is the main thing. If I'm enjoying my cricket, I usually play well. So yeah, pretty proud day today.
Tell us about the plan for your pacing of the innings.
Yeah, I think to try and take some risks early on. The wind was obviously pretty strong to that boundary, so try and get myself going, and then we pretty much knew that we could set it up for the end and target their death bowling. So that was pretty much how me and Sammy were planning on playing it, and it worked perfectly in the end.
Speaking of Sam Curran, how much pressure did he take off of you, if any? How did he complement you in that partnership?
Yeah, he played beautifully, especially the way he came in. Very clever to know that it was a no ball, second ball, hit that for 6 and he's off and away. So I batted a lot with Sammy. I've played a lot of cricket with Sammy, so I knew I could trust him at that end. So no, he played beautifully there. Got us pretty much over the line and left it to us to finish at the end.
Looking at it from a team perspective now, what was the difference you found in your batting performance today as opposed to a couple of days ago?
Yeah, I think we've said, look, we need somebody in our top 6 to go on and get a big score, and thankfully we did that today. I thought Salty played beautifully up front. He took the game, put them under pressure, but I thought we were really good with the ball as well. I think it was a really good wicket. It was difficult with that wind, and we kept looking to take wickets the whole way throughout. Yeah, I thought we were pretty sloppy in the field, but I thought our bowlers did really well. So yeah, I think overall pretty decent team performance, and back in the series, looking forward to Barbados.
What will the win do for the confidence of a young group that you lead?
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, we've got a lot of young boys still learning the ropes of international cricket in there, and hopefully that'll boost their confidence, being in and around an environment, seeing how to win in international games. So yeah, it'll do them the world of good. Like I said, we'll rest up, see what we need to do to get better next time, and hopefully win the series.
Special performance from you today. Enjoy this one. Well done.
Thank you. Cheers, man.
Liam Livingston in conversation at the presentation ceremony just a moment ago. Felt that England bowled well today. Goffey, we're going to hear from Shai Hope in just a few seconds. I just wonder if Liam Livingston is getting overcomplicated because they've got too many bowling options. Yes, of course you want 5 or 6, maybe even a 7th.
It's not easy, Mackie, you're right.
But sometimes if you get too many options, you think, well, I've got him in my side, I've got to give him a bowl.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. I think that can be. So let's give him a little leeway on that. But you've got so many bowlers. But what I would say to that is, but again, I see Liam Livingston as a batsman power hitter in your side who can bowl your 3 or 4, 5 overs on a good day, right? He's bowled 7 today. He came on again first spinner, didn't he, the other night after Adel. So he seems to have put himself before everyone else. Is that because he's more experienced? He's played more games than anybody else? I'm not so sure. But I said Mosley. I think he had a bit to offer. I thought he come on too late as well. Sam Curran could have probably come on before Liam Livingston at that point. And if we were sitting here now and Liam Livingston had bowled in that total 3 overs, right, I could accept it. But he's bowled himself 7 overs, 1 for 56, which surprised him. Adel took a bit of stick today. You don't often see that. 62, picked up the 2 wickets though, which were vital. And Saqib, I always feel for someone who puts his hand up and bowls at the end and goes for a few. That last over cost him, right? And you look at his figures and go 8 overs, none for 56. But what did he go for that last over?
21, I think.
21, right? So he'd actually bowled quite well, and then he took him for 21 on that last over. I always feel for bowlers like that, because on paper now you look at it and think, oh, he got a bit of tap. But I actually thought he bowled okay. John Turner with a new ball was outstanding again. He's always going to bowl you a bad ball, give you a bit of width. But I think he's been impressive the 2 games. Jofra got through 9 overs. A little bit of concern. He was holding his elbow on a few occasions today, but back-to-back games for him. Which is a positive. It'll be interesting what they do to him, because they're trying to step up his fitness now. But I think from someone who we brought up in Barbados, might not play now the 3rd one, but he has got a few days off now. It's not till Wednesday, is it? So they might be believed, but this is the time now for Jofra to step up and they might play him in all 3 games.
Well, I got Gary Morgan, our statsman, to check. The last time Jofra played 3 one-day internationals in a row, because we all think...
World Cup.
2020 against Australia at Old Trafford was the third of those. So basically the COVID series of 2020 was the last time Jofra played 3 one-day internationals in a row. Let us hope we see him in Barbados on Wednesday, because that means they're confident enough in his body to now play 3 in a row.
Well, we talk about winning series, right, for confidence and everything, and this is England's. Let's be straight about it. This is England's second team.
Yeah.
It's not England's first team. The 7 players who would be in this squad who are not in it, purely because they're in the test squad, right? And if they can come out of this with a series win, confidence-wise for these young players, it's massive. So, all to Barbados, 3rd one-day international, next Wednesday. Should be a great spectacle. Lots of England supporters there, as always. And, well, I can't wait for the game now, because you've got 2 teams now desperate for a series win.
Well, let's now hear from the West Indies captain. I mean, talk about the old good news, bad news joke. Shai Hope made a brilliant 117 earlier on today, so as batter it went well, but as captain, he's not been able to seal the deal, because West Indies have England have got up to win this one. Shai Hope just a few minutes ago spoke with Nikhil at the presentation ceremony.
Shai, first of all, hard luck on the loss today. How did you feel about 328 you guys set?
Personally, I thought it was a decent score, especially with the conditions here. Outfield was very heavy, surface was a bit slow up and down. I just thought it was enough, but obviously it wasn't in this case.
17 ODI hundreds for yourself. What does it mean, Shai, in the context of how much work you've put into this format and how successful you've been over the years?
Honest answer, irrelevant. If it doesn't contribute to wins, then it doesn't really matter.
Right. Now tell me about the bowling performance. Obviously, you guys struggle to take wickets. How do you guys add to your skill set to be able to take wickets on flatter surfaces like today?
Yeah, we need to be more disciplined. In the first game, we showed that when we hit those straps, things happen. We were a little bit too off. We bowled a lot of wide deliveries. Then in the back end, we bowled a lot of step hits, pace on. So I just didn't think we executed our plans well. For what I thought, we had clear plans, but I guess we didn't execute them well today.
To Livingston and Curran, as captain, did you feel you guys could have done better, or they just simply batted really well?
Like I said, we didn't bowl as well as we could have. We gave them a lot of easy options to score. And when you're playing national cricket like this, guys are going to capitalize on those loose deliveries. So we didn't hit our straps today, and that's what happened.
On a positive note, though, given the batting struggles you guys have had in the past, what impressed you today with your other batters?
Yeah, I thought the guys played really well. KC getting another big score. He's been putting a lot of work in behind the scenes, so it's great to see him being a lot more consistent. Same as Sherfie. Sherfie's gone 4 back-to-back 50s now, so he's really been putting his hand up for the team in the batting group. And Hetty just came out and played this nice quick cameo there, so we're very happy with the batters at this point.
All right, series is even. We'll see you in Barbados.
Thank you.
Very honest, Shai Hope there. His 100 is completely irrelevant because the West Indies lost the game. And, geez, 328 for 6. You know, we keep mentioning the fact during the commentary that for a day game, the average score batting first on this pitch is 246. West Indies were miles above that. Throw in what Shai Hope said there about a slow outfield as well. You know, that's taken probably 20 or 30 off the total as well.
Absolutely.
That's 350. And you lose.
I think both teams will be disappointed with their bowling today. And I think for the West Indies, it showed their inexperience with the ball. It really is. Ford showed talent in these 2 games, inexperience. Sales, inexperience. Debutant, right, Joseph, inexperience. Their most experienced bowler, Al-Sari, was rested today. So all the way through, they've got inexperience with their seam attack. The spinners, I thought they was okay today. Morty didn't get it right, but there was some good hitting there from the guys. They played them quite well, didn't they, the spinners? It wasn't really turning. Short boundaries. You saw miss-hits at the end going for 6. But both teams, if they really analyse it properly, will look at that and think we didn't bowl at our best today. Both teams.
And the point you make about the West Indies bowling lineup, Shamar Joseph is the oldest one of the 3 seamers at 25. And he's on debut.
Yeah.
So, you know, you kind of say, well, in an ideal world, you wouldn't have those 3 together. You'd have 2 of them and Al-Sari Joseph.
And you know, he didn't bowl that badly as well. Shamar Joseph. At the end, his first spell, I thought he was outstanding. But coming back, when the pressure was on him and they were looking to score off him, that's when you panicked. He even just hit the cut bit on one occasion.
Yes,
so tried to bowl a slower ball and just got in the cut bit. And he panicked, didn't he? Bowling at Livingston again. He just didn't get it right. The wind going into the short boundary, hit him with the wind, and he got it too straight. And he just flicked 2 for 2 sixes. And that's it. That's what international cricket's like. You've got these guys who hit the ball a long way, and he's got a lot of that to come. If he's going to play a lot of franchise cricket around the world and a lot of international cricket for his country, he's going to have worse days than that, let me assure you.
Well, absolutely. Right, let's look ahead to Wednesday. So, off to Barbados. Keep reminding you, it's a day-night game again, so just like the first one. So, on air at 5 o'clock for us here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. 6 o'clock UK time for the first ball, so it's day-night in a new venue. Now, England only made one change today from the first game. I'm not sure I can see many changes in this, because you wouldn't necessarily change your winning side, although you might want to tighten up something on the bowling. So it could well be that there's a couple of guys who've come all the way to the Caribbean and have had a nice holiday.
Yeah, well, they've got the T20s to come, 5 of them. I think they'll mix it up there. But the only one, and he'll want to play because it's Barbados, is Jofra. It's whether they think he's played 2 games now. He's in the T20 side as well, isn't he? So he's going to play the 2 T20 games in Barbados. They might say, look, Jofra, you've got what? How many overs did he bowl the first game? 5 or 6? 5 or 6. So he's bowled a few overs.
5 in the first, 9 today.
Let's rest him in that third one. Open with Saqib and Turner. Yeah. And then it's or they bring in Topley as well. I think it'll be the same team. Unless they do bring back Jamie Overton, because they have got all them bowlers. The balance of the team is just all wrong, isn't it? But it's either Overton comes in for one of the other guys, one of the seamers.
From a West Indian point of view, Darren Sammy's got a bit of a job here as head coach, hasn't he? Because they're going to be stewing on this one for a while. And you can
it's one that got away, Macca.
Yeah.
It's one that got away for him. Sammy there as head coach will be disappointed. He'd have thought that at half-time, that was 90% in their favour. An experienced bowling attack, they win that game by 30 or 40. Might even be more. Because of the panic, they get behind under pressure, and they lose wickets in the outfield. But an inexperienced attack, and England, with the experience of Livingston, in an experienced side, got over the line.
Absolutely. Goffey, thank you so much once again. Brilliant this afternoon as always. So we are all set for a series decider on Wednesday in Barbados. The action coming to you. The build-up will start from 5 o'clock. But we're there thanks to a quite brilliant run chase from England. Set 329 for victory. They did it with 2.5 overs to spare thanks to an absolute blunderbuss innings from Liam Livingston.
So that's how the second ODI played out on talkSPORT 2, live and exclusive. Brilliant knock from Liam Livingston, and we have got a brilliant test match going on at the Wankhede in Mumbai right now, with India still requiring 55 runs to win the third test, but New Zealand only need 4 wickets. Ajaz Patel's taken 4 wickets this morning. Glenn Phillips 1, Matt Henry 1, but Rishabh Pant is still there, 53 not out, but not a lot of batting to come. A brilliant test match will be concluded live and exclusive here on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the third test, direct from Mumbai, as India take on New Zealand.
And now he's straight. See you later.
Only on talkSPORT 2.
on DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the third test, direct from Mumbai, as India take on New Zealand.
Field in, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Here is the big shot to the leg side, too deep mid-wicket. Man is placed out there and takes the catch. And India will need 147. Sharma pulls, skied it, man backing up from mid-wicket and takes the catch. It's 13 for 1.
Bowling! Shubman Gill! He shouldered arms to one that's gone straight on and he's taken off stump. And India, 16 for 2. Till again, it's and it's caught! Kohli's already walking off. And India, 18 for 3. Phillips again, and is caught at first slip. And it's been given leg before wicket. India have lost Sharma, Gill, Kohli, and now Jaiswal. They're 28 for 4. Full toss on the sweep. Sarfran's gone! What have you done? India are 29 for 5.
Jadeja quick as he runs to the danger end. Crowd love the fact that they hit 50. 51 for the loss of 5. Pant moves to 20 off just 15 balls. 96 runs away for India. 5 wickets needed by New Zealand.
Last ball of the over. This is better, and it's caught a short leg. Jadeja's clipped one to the right of Will Young, who's taken a one-handed screamer. New Zealand believe. India now 71 for 6. Here's Washington Sundar. He's forward. He's gone on the slog sweep. It's a toe edge of the bat, and he's been dropped. 50 up for Rishabh Pant. 53 from 48. India now 92 for 6.
The highlights of a rather dramatic opening session on day number 3. You are listening to live and exclusive coverage of India versus New Zealand on talkSPORT 2, SENZ Radio in New Zealand and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. At lunch, India 92 for the loss of 6 wickets, with Washington Sundar 6 not out, and the key man, Rishabh Pant, who's made all the others look, wow, nowhere near his ability. 53 off 50 balls, and he holds the key for India to snatch the third test and make it a 2-1 series result, and in all likelihood keep breath in their body for the World Test Championship final chase. Daniel McHardy alongside former New Zealand Test captain Jeremy Coney. Just running through today's proceedings. New Zealand added 3 runs before Ajaz Patel was caught in the deep. New Zealand all out for 174. 5 wickets to Jadeja. He got the last. 10 for the match for just the third time in Test cricket. The target set at 147. The first to go was Sharma for 11. Gill gone for 1, Kohli also for 1, Jaiswal, LBW for 5, then it was Sarfraz Khan caught in the deep for 1. 42 runs stand between Jadeja and Rishabh Pant before Jadeja was caught in close off the bowling of Patel, gone for 6. For New Zealand, the bowling figures read as such: Henry 3 overs, no maiden, 1 for 10. Ajaz Patel 10 overs, no maidens, 4 for 43, while Glenn Phillips 7 overs, no maiden, 1 for 31. Welcome wherever you may be to what will be the final session of this Test series. Jeremy Coney, what firstly do you think New Zealand have pondered at lunch?
Obviously how to get the next wicket out. You know, they desperately need to break this partnership. There is a natural break, of course, called lunch, which quite often does take a wicket. Sometimes even drinks can do so. Batsmen have to come out again and start again. As you've pointed out, Pant is probably the main, the protagonist, if you like, in the partnership. Sundar joining him. I think the next thing they would discuss is how long do we keep Ajaz Patel and Glenn Phillips bowling together? Have they had a fair enough go? Are they getting tired? Are they bowling well enough and providing enough questions to those two batsmen? And I think, to answer it another way, to give it rather than a yes or a no, I think when you walk off, whether you win or lose, you want to be able to ask yourself, and I'm thinking as a captain here,
right.
you've tried everything kind of within your realm of choices that are worthy of a go. If you feel, for example, one of your bowlers isn't worth a crack, then you've nearly got to ask, well, why is he in the team? So, or why is he playing in this game on this conditions? I mean, really, New Zealand could ask if O'Rourke's only bowled, he hasn't bowled any overs here. He bowled how many in the first innings? Maybe 2. He bowled 4 overs, was it, in Pune? I mean, that's not much of a shift, is it, really, for a fast bowler? You might as well have considered, should we play Chapman, the next batsman, the only other batsman we've got in the squad over there at the moment. Hence, it's quite a nice idea to take 50 on tour. You'd have a few other people, as was suggested earlier. It's not the worst idea to have a few more there, but of course costs come into play. But to come back to my point about, try other bowlers, and if you're going to, it has to be earlier than later, particularly a bowler like Sodhi.
Yeah.
I think you need to you can't leave it too late. The only other option New Zealand has, really, I think you've got to keep Patel. I'm afraid it's put the key into his back and wind him up.
Yeah. Off you go, Ajaz.
Yes,
I'll stress about the other end.
Yes, you do. So Ajaz has at one end, and the only other question then is the other is do you use Sodhi for a few? Look, he got Pant out in the first innings, LBW. So
O'Rourke got him out in the
O'Rourke got him out
inning.
bowling round the wicket in the test at Bengaluru, didn't he?
Yeah.
In the big innings of 460.
So it'll be Patel from the pavilion end. It looks like Glenn Phillips will continue.
Okay.
So we saw them in partnership at a long way for a long time up to lunch.
If
they made the decision to go to Phillips.
Let's make a couple of points, quick ones. 55 required, 4.6 is the run rate at the moment. That's 11 to 12 overs.
Yeah.
6 from each end. So, New Zealand, if you're wanting to bowl these two through, Sundar's got 5 of his 6 runs on the onside. Now, if that's the case, you've got to change your line just slightly.
I'll get your thoughts on how do they bowl to Pant, because it will be Washington Sundar on strike as Glenn Phillips, the first ball of the middle session, and there's another run through the onside, just poked through the mid-wicket region. Sundar turns, wants a second. No is the call. So 54 runs now required, 93 for the loss of 6 wickets.
See, at the moment, Phillips is looking for the perfect delivery. He's looking to land it on leg stump line, and turn it across the face of Pant. That's no good, because he's not getting the turn. So he's got to alter his line a little bit, and when turn starts to occur, then you can perhaps look to do that and become a bit more dangerous. I don't think you can keep this going, because then if you start to look at Pant, he's doing much the same. Most of his runs are coming from the onside.
In fact, I think only against Patel is it 1 stroke on the offside. Ajaz Patel, and that's through a very fine third man.
Correct.
So no runs from fine third man all the way around to long on.
Correct.
With the finger spinners spinning the ball back into him. Here is Pant calmly down the wicket to the pitch, nudging it through the vacant mid-on region. So a single to both Sundar and Pant to start the session, 94 for 6, down to 53 runs the target. New Zealand need 4 wickets. Phillips has 1 for 33 in his 8th over.
So I think those are the questions that they need to find some answers to. They should have the information in front of them. We've found it with you burrowing into various holes. So they can, surely.
Phillips around the wickets. Ball spinning away. Point to cover. He's slow to respond. Pant, the bails are off. I think he gets home. That's the other option. Get him run out. As has happened once in the series. But well judged in the end. Even though Pant was late to go. And he's hobbling a touch. He wanders down, has a little bit of a chat to Washington Sundar. 95 for 6 with that single.
Yep, those guys at cover in those areas have got to be very aware. That's just a little bit short, isn't it?
Direct hit might have been close, but we'll never know.
But the more you see, so it looks like Sodhi, you can't bring him on with sort of 8 or 9 to get or 20 to get. You know, you've got the 55 required, so you've got to have a look, because otherwise you're going to walk off and say, well, actually I didn't have a crack at him.
Phillips a little bit wide of the crease, going back is Pant working nicely with the angle back into the left-hander from around the wicket. No spin on this occasion, works it into the mid-wicket region. So singles off the first 4 balls. That will calm the Indian pair quite nicely. They go to, well, they take the target to 51 runs.
In fact, I don't think Pant has faced a quick bowler yet.
Not in this innings, no.
No.
52 balls faced, all to spin.
So
and only Patel and Phillips. So a slip, short leg, man on the 45, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, mid-on, quite deep, 3/4 of the way, Srachin Ravindra. He presented a chance to deep mid-wicket, Sundar. Phillips, in again from around the wicket, gets into leg stump and just melts through the onside. Single as Phillips sets off, does his own fielding, sprinting after the ball. Washington Sundar to 9. That's 97 for the loss of 6.
I can understand why they like the look of Phillips, because you bring the slip into play, you bring the outside edge into play, but he's got to be bowling, you know, in a pinpoint way. That ball is just too full, and it's tucked away quite comfortably. You've got to allow the ball time to turn.
Lots of singles to be had with just a slip and sort of 3 men near the bat, and drifting once more into a middle and leg line, pushing forward, playing the ball nicely through mid-on. The end of the over, 6 runs off it, a single off every ball, 98 for the loss of 6. And now it's under 50 runs required, it's 49. Ajaz Patel continue from the pavilion end, 4 for 43. Has 5 wickets in the first innings, so 9 for the match. And his 10th would be the most sweetest, for obvious reasons, reaching that milestone, but breaking this partnership, which threatens to break the back of New Zealand.
The other thing that sometimes happens is that you take, I mean, these conditions obviously say spinners should be preferred, but if they're not bowling decently and providing a few issues for the batsman, maybe you do have to look at a second option. Not where you'd prefer to look, but you'd have to do that, I think. And sometimes when they're able to stand away and have a rest for a couple of overs, they can think about what they've done and can think it through. And then they can have another go.
Patel to start, bowling to Pant, who hits him down towards long on, wide of O'Rourke, 1 bounce, 4. Brave stroke, fortune favours. He dragged it a touch. I think he's trying to hit this much straighter, Jeremy, but a boundary nonetheless. Big barrel boundary, big range, bigger deals. 102 for 6. 3 figures brought up now, 45 runs needed.
Yeah, for a man turning the ball into you, you want your long on, I think, just on a pitch that's got turned, although the bat really has done most of the work there. O'Rourke, it needs to be just a little wider.
Ball into the pad, ballooning to Mitchell. They ask a question about a possible catch. Wasn't it full gusto in the appeal? They've got 2 reviews remaining. They're going to have a look. I think this is one of those gambles of, this guy's going to win the game. We need him.
Yes. What they're hoping, of course, is a little edge onto the pad. There was certainly pad involved. It didn't really look like it, did it?
TV umpire. No. To director.
Well, they're more interested in this than the LBW that was actually out. In fairness to them, in the first
original
session,
out. Check the feet, fair delivery.
Pull the ball away. He missed it. Hit his sort of back right thigh, wasn't it, Jerry, or hip? He was squatted quite low. No one appealed. No one in the commentary box were interested. But ball tracking said it was going to hit leg stump and out. Hard to criticise them for that. Have a look, Jerry. What do you say?
I don't think that's hit the inside edge.
Yeah, going to need ultra edge.
He's going towards it. They're going to check, of course, but I don't see too much deviation. If it's
bat on
if it
ground?
Is, yeah, bat's very close to ground, isn't it? But it'll be a very fine one if it is an edge. And that it enters into the realms of luck.
Let's have a look.
Coming through.
Ultra edge.
Coming through.
No, nothing
gap
there. You can see
between
clear
bat and
bat. Gap between
ball.
bat and ball.
Pad.
The only
Clearly outside the
register
off
is
stump.
once
So
it hits that front pad.
Go back on field.
So New Zealand will have one review
Stick the original decision
left.
not out.
TV umpire rifle confirming our suspicions.
I don't think Ajaz Patel thought there was a great chance with that. He just
hoping.
I don't think he was pushing it.
102 for the loss of 6. That man on the 45's actually come much finer. That lap sweep we saw on a few occasions. Hunt waits on 60 off just 55 balls. Here's a slog sweep towards backwards square leg. One bounce, 4. What pressure? Not for Pant. 64, 106 for 6.
It's a good stroke, really, isn't it? He's had to fetch that from quite a lot out, so sort of just on off stump and just outside. So Ajaz is looking to hit the stumps. Yeah, it's a good stroke. It's a good stroke. You wonder about the position of that man way behind square at the moment, whether he should come a little more. If Ajaz is going to look to hit off stump, you need to come round. You can see he's almost
long on.
Yeah, like almost fine leg.
He is. Here's Patel bowling it to Pant. Back pad chances there. They're all celebrating. The umpire says no. New Zealand have one review left. Blundell's shaking his head. Patel, he looks more interested. They're going to have a look. Hunt smiling. What that's worth.
So
TV umpire to director.
Balloon straight up.
Catch. Original decision's not out. Check the feet. Fair delivery. Front on first.
So he's come down and played a defensive stroke, really.
Taken by the keeper, running out from behind the stumps. That's how high it went. Is that front? Yeah. Is that under the knee roll? Then up the pad?
Edge on that.
Yeah, it's close to the inside edge because he doesn't quite get there, Punt, and he's pushing the bat towards the ball. And so it does come close to the ball as it turns past the inside edge, or it just may take a touch. So New Zealand will wait for this one.
A nervous hush around this
Yeah.
ground now. Everyone knows how important this is, even the umpires. Quizzical looks. Umpire Illingworth, who gave it not out, scratching his facial hair.
Okay, coming through.
Oh, Jeremy, there is the lightest of rub.
Yes.
Then onto the knee roll.
Coming through with the ball.
Yeah. Does he hit the pad with his bat? Yeah, it hits the pad, I think.
Hitting the pad.
Yeah.
New Zealand started to celebrate. It looks to me there is a gap between. Oh, Jeremy,
that is close.
Just freeze it onto the bat there, please.
Umpire's call for bat pad. Get your
Just
review.
freeze it.
I don't know, Jeremy.
The man in the VT is going wild here. He's giving us as if they're dancing.
We have ball on the bat and they run through.
Wow. So bat is in line with the pad.
And just
ball is in line with the bat. So what is it? This sound could come from anywhere.
It's hit the pad already. Now it's going past the edge. Is there a registration?
It's onto the bat there.
No, there's a
and
little...
then we have a deflection.
This is a
that's
tough one.
toughie.
Should we just listen to umpire rifle, Jeremy?
Go back on field to Richard. Richard, I'll get you overturn your original decision. Not out to out. Signal now.
The sounds of the ground tell you all you need to know. Stunned silence in the background. A joyous New Zealand team. Rishabh Pant is adjudged caught Blundell. Bowled Ajaz Patel for 64. The faintest the faintest of inside edges, ballooning away, and 10 wickets again for Ajaz in Mumbai.
Yeah, wild applause, I'm sure, as he leaves. But there's also some worried thoughts with the left hand of the clap. And if I could put it that way. Yeah, it was the thrusting towards the last moment because Pant realised he wasn't close enough to the ball. He went down the pitch and didn't quite get there. So the hands went out to it and the bat on a slight angle. But he's hit his pad, and that's registered on the DRS. And then as it goes past, and it hasn't reached the bat at that point, then as it goes past, there's another small registration as it goes past the inside edge of the bat. And that's what's caused Paul Rifle, the third umpire, the TV umpire, to give Rizpah Pant out. So New Zealand claim the 7th wicket. Jarrod's here.
Welcome back, Jarrod Kimber. Penny for your thoughts, young man.
Well,
the tie's closer, isn't it, guys? Look, I thought that was pad. I thought his bat hit his pad at the exact time. I wasn't sure there was enough to overturn that, but to be honest, it could have gone either way. I think if we got, I think if we got 1,000 umpires in on 1,000 typewriters, there would have been a lot of split decisions there. But wow, hey, look, I'm a neutral, right? I always cheer for the tie and for the craziness. This is better for the game, but yeah, Rishabh Pant looks mildly perturbed, Jeremy, in the change room.
But you can understand why, because you wouldn't. It was such a faint edge. If it was an edge,
and he definitely would.
Then you wouldn't feel it,
and he'd feel his bat on pad as Ravi Chandran Ashwin is the new batsman. He defends the first ball. Just for context, for the uninitiated, Jarrod, how many ties? How many Test matches played? How rare? How rare?
We're on for number 3 here, fellas. What are we up to? 2,800 Test matches, is that right?
Oh, so likely.
Patel around the wicket, bowling to Ashwin, goes back, works nicely past short leg, forward of, and there will be a single. He gets off the mark. It's now 107 for the loss of 7 wickets. Ashwin 1, Sundar 9, 40 runs away, 3 wickets for New Zealand.
Right, different batsmen in, right-hander in now, so that changes things for the bowlers and for the fields and the lengths that you bowl. Ashwin was out. Can't remember in the first innings how he was out here now. Seems such a long time ago. That's
a message for the neutrals.
Yes,
from a one-eyed New Zealander who's messaged in telling me that there's a clear deflection in that, and even Stevie Wonder could have seen it. Oh, well, that is what you call viewing through a black and white lens. Yeah.
It was interesting when the noise first happened. The New Zealanders got really excited for a second, and then everyone paused when they were like, "Wait a minute, what is that noise from?" And Pant ran down to the umpire to say, "That's the bat on the pad," which doesn't really help because that umpire isn't making the decision anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
I think this is what, Gary, 2,560 tests. 2 ties, 2,560. So is this the 2,000?
This is the West Indies and Australia, and then Australia and
India.
In
right? India. Yeah. Chennai, I think it was, wasn't it?
That's right.
107 for 7. Let's worry about that a little bit later because Phillips starting a new over from over the wickets and leaning forward, competently pushed to cover, no run.
Remember, wickets have fallen in pairs.
What's the currency of wickets at the moment? Someone would like to know. Danny, can you ask Jeremy what's the current currency for each wicket? What's the FX market telling you?
Well, in any markets, you've got to. I defer to my colleague over in the UK.
You're hedging.
Yeah.
Trying to dump some dodgy currency. 107 for 7. Over pitched onto the front foot. No timing though, jamming down on the ball. Might have hit the ground first as it trickles to Patel.
So
New Zealand really need some tight overs, don't they, here? While Ashwin struggles to get used to this pitch, and used to the amount of turn.
Phillips into his 9th over. Very wide of the crease. Angled in. Nicely played though by Ashwin. Pushed up towards mid-on for a single. 108 for 7, 39 runs away.
Very important now for Phillips to keep Sundar on strike, because Ashwin was out, if I'm right, in the first innings. He was pushing at one, caught it slip from Ajaz Patel.
He's looking for a single.
I can't remember if he was looking for a single, but I remember it was an edge to slip from Ajaz Patel. So I think you really want him facing Ajaz Patel early on, don't you? We don't want him. You want him facing the beginning of that over. Make him try and get himself off strike. So this next three balls here, just try and keep Washington on strike. They're not, though. They've got everyone back.
Washington is on 9 off 11. Phillips has him defending from the crease line, no run.
Good delivery, good length.
Sorry, Jarrod, people questioning, sending us a query. What's ever happened to hotspot? I would have thought all New Zealanders would not have fond memories of hotspot. Nigel Long in Australia. Here is a fuller delivery from Phillips, pushed straight back to the bowler, no run.
I think hotspot is expensive is part of the problem.
Yes.
And both hotspot and the ultra edge, both are a little bit fallible. You really should have both, if we're being honest.
Yes, yeah. 108 for 7. Using the crease nicely as he goes wider from around the wicket. Pushed to cover, no run. Good stop from Latham at full stretch to his right. The end of the over, just one run off it, Jeremy, as you demanded. 108 for the loss of 7, 39 runs away from victory for India.
Yeah, still too full overall, though, I think. I mean, that was quite a comfortable drive and some good effort in the sort of the cover area from Tom Latham to prevent that single.
Now the TV director decides, for I think the first time in the test, to get the camera looking into the room umpire rifles in. He's looking pretty uber cool with Top Gun aviator sunnies on. Don't think they'll be knock-off cheap ones. Not like the fake collection I have. Here's Ajaz Patel starting a new over. Very full, very straight, back down late. Pushing to mid-on, no run.
Tentative is how I would describe that shot from Ashwin. He's come down the wicket here to chat to the umpire about something. Not sure what that was.
People chatting around him. When the bowler's running in, maybe. Could be anything, I'm guessing completely. Let's just worry about the next ball. Patel has 5 for 52. The second time he's taken a 10-wicket haul at this venue. And he goes past the outside edge with an absolute beautiful delivery. Spinning and bouncing from outside of off past the outside edge.
There we are. It's still there. It's disturbed the top of the surface. It's pitched and gone past. It's had time to go past the edge and bounce.
Left alone. Similar line and length. Respectful as Ashwin. Got his front pad far enough outside of off stump that if it shot on, I don't think he would have hit the Shuman Gill issue. Being bowled, not playing a shot. Slip, short leg. Those are the catches around. New Zealand not hunting too much.
So Ajaz goes
back,
fuller.
Fuller, yeah. Push back to the bowler.
Can't let that go. It's just a little too full. Only Akash Deep and Siraj left.
That is correct. Right-hander Ashwin comes forward, hits high on the bat. He went hard at that defensive push. Short cover.
Come on, Jazzy boy!
No one catching in close on the offside. Shorter, very slow off the surface, and it's hard for Ashwin to play it square through point as he's trying. He drags it forward of the wicket, and Patel does good work diving away to his left. It's ground hard. The sunnies are nearly disturbed off the forehead, and he's slow to get up. The end of the over, he is 5 for 52 off 12. It's 108 for the loss of 7. Great shot of one of local fans, Jeremy, wearing his replica India Test white shirt, just with his head on his hands. unbearable. The tension. The gripping encounter. So we're getting a slight bit of feedback in our cans. No worse than hearing yourself, Jeremy, isn't there? It's bad enough for the audience. Might be one of the mics next to Jarrod Kimber, perhaps. 108 for 7. Phillips to bowl his 10th over, has 1 for 38. He starts bowling to Washington Sundar, who's on 9 of 14. Drags the length down outside of off stump, cut away, but smartly fielded by Devon Conway. Seems to be, I don't know if it's relegated or promoted from the outfield duties, closer in at backward point after he had quite an eventful over, didn't he?
Yeah, there were a couple of boundaries.
And that missed chance. He was late to pick up a deep mid-wicket. Full stretch. Not sure he actually got a finger on it. Phillips bowls, very full on off stump, leaning forward as the tall left-handed Washington Sundar, who defends and then immediately just works the gloves over. Another hot day in Mumbai, but the tension makes it hotter, I'm sure, for the players mentally. Crowd so quiet, despite a good crowd in. Phillips bowls, good length on off stump. Well, bowled G is the call from Blundell.
Good 9 balls here from Phillips. That first over after the break was the part-timer over. Now he's back on the spot. Much better.
Short approach, moves past umpire Goff. Over pitch, swiping drive into the covers. Well stopped by Latham, no run.
And then he got away with that one.
Say no more.
My fault, everyone. Learnt my lesson. Won't say anything.
Come on, TP, come on, boy.
Number 23 on his back. Phillips drops short, spinning further away from off stump. Calmly going back, nudging through. Forward of point out to the big figure of Will O'Rourke. 109 for the loss of 7. Washington Sundar goes to 10.
Disappointed look on Jeremy Coney's face after that one.
Yeah, well, it's always easier to play the ball coming back in, isn't it, really, to you rather than going away to expose the outside edge. And that's why, with a left hand, right hand, you want the batsman at the other end at the moment.
I do think, though, that Washington might attack Ajaz Patel because of that. So I think there's a
sweep, you mean, that sort of thing?
Yeah, slog sweep. That's his shot.
Yeah.
The slog sweep.
Yeah.
We've already seen him hit one up in the air and almost be caught. So it'd be very interesting next over.
Slip, short leg, very short mid-on, in front of the non-striker as Phillips goes over the wicket to the right-hander, but he's bowled very wide of off-stump for that sort of field with a catchy mid-wicket too. And Ravi Ashwin goes, thank you very much, Glenn. I'll get a single to end the over. Move to 3. It's 110 for the loss of 7, just 37 runs away, but just 3 wickets for New Zealand.
Well, it was a good 9 balls until the last 3. When he went back to type. But again, either way, if it's Washington or if it's Ashwin, everything is really happening at the other end, isn't it? And at a certain point, Phillips is kind of bowling as the hold guy at his end and hoping for wickets at the other end. And we've seen that all the way through this Test match. The majority of the wickets have come from Ajaz Patel's end. And not just when he's bowling, when other people are using it as well.
Patel, 12 overs, has 5 for 52 to go along with the 5-wicket haul in the first innings. 5 for 103. He starts with a ball that spins a long way from outside of off stump. Ashwin goes back. It's a top edge. It should be taken by Henry. Short third man as far as fielding the ball. Didn't carry, and then he misses it completely, and that's 2 freebies thanks to some sloppy fielding. But that really spun. It was short.
Just
no
wide
control.
and to high of the slip. Henry should have got that coming to his left and then had to turn and chase.
35 runs away now for India. 112 for the loss of 7 as Ashwin backs away. At the last, Ajaz Patel didn't look overly pleased at that. Not sure if there was something moving behind him. The right-hander's ready. Bat raised very high. Slaps the surface once more. Bends at the knee and then is beaten outside of off stump. Only just outside of off as it spins sharply once more. Blundell quickly had the bails off, but he never left his ground.
Yep, that's what the left armer wants to do to the right-handed batsman. He's pitching on the stumps, straightening it. He'd like to see the edge, but that's getting better. It just needs to be a tad fuller, but he needs to probe around that area.
Probing again, he does, Jeremy. Same result, play and miss.
That's better from Ajaz Patel. 2 in a row. Difficult to play, coming forward, drawing him onto the front foot, bounces up round the gloves and the shoulder of the bat. That's exactly what you want to bring your slip into play.
He goes wider of off stump, slashing drive. It's bounced higher, or is it in the edge? It's gone past Blundell. Down to the fence, 4 runs. Buys, no bat, no chance. Still 4. Big barrel boundary, big range, bigger deals. 116 for 7, 31 runs needed.
Don't know, I want to see how close that is to Blundell. It's turned and bounced, hasn't it? Really, quite heavily. That's quite he's just a bit slow going to it. Surprised by that extra bit of bounce. 12 buys, is it now?
It's called by Jarrod Kimber ahead of the innings, didn't you?
Yeah.
We also had the Coney run out. We're still lacking that, Jarrod?
Yeah, very surprising we haven't had a run out in this many wickets.
A little bit straighter, still too short as Ashwin goes back, knocks forward a point, gets a single. Oh, and then there's an overthrow. No, the man backing up did well, closed the distance. They won't risk it. 117 for 7, 30 runs away.
Much more promising over, though.
Definitely.
I think from Ajaz. Yeah.
I'm really interested to see what Washington does here, because I think he wanted to attack Ajaz Patel, but now it's the last ball of the over and they've got runs off it. His best option is just to defend this. But will he bring out the slog sweep?
Patel bowls, kicked away, very wide of off stump, hopeful appeal. Well, Patel's now asking. No one's really interested. Third set of stumps, sort of in line with Jeremy.
Yeah.
Still looking at it. Oh, they're going to have a
dear.
look. They've got one review remaining.
It's so wide.
It's not Warney to Strauss, is it? He's the ball spinning. Wow. It was a brilliant review to Pant.
Well, I mean, the reason they're reviewing it so wide, everybody, obviously no shot.
We have a player review for LBW. Written decision's not out. We'll check the feet. It's a fair delivery. There was no shot played. Front on first, please.
Yeah. Umpire Ligworth's actually gone to Tom Latham going, it's that far outside off, that's why I haven't given it.
Well, he can't. No umpire's going to give that sort of decision.
Spun back. Yeah. It's hit him actually past the...
No shot played and there's
past
no
the pad. It's hit the thigh pad, so it's
spun
enough, but it's so far out, surely.
Yeah. It's all on ball tracking, these sorts of decisions.
Original decision's not out.
I don't think it's going to turn enough, is it?
Outside, no shot, missing the wickets.
Well, I think that should enter the Hall of Fame of bad reviews in a tight scenario when that's your last review.
Not out, signal now.
Okay, I need a fainting couch after that. I need to lie down. I think Jon Norman's ready to go.
I am.
Thank you, John. 117 for 7 at the end of the Patel over.
Oh, what a poor review that is. New Zealand have lost all 3 now. An inspired one that saw off Rishabh Pant, but that was really poor. And it means that if they're going to get there, they're going to be reliant on bowled, caught, or the umpire's finger going up on field. No overturning. No turning back. No turning off either. If you're listening now, you're going to be listening until this match reaches its conclusion. What a test match. Ravichandran Ashwin and Washington Sundar at the crease. 30 runs needed for India to win the match. A consolation victory, but try telling that to the fans in the crowd, because they've been spellbound by what they've been watching. They've been up on their feet and enjoying and rejoicing. Rishabh Pant down and silent, stunned from some of these dismissals. Phillips is in, bowling to Ashwin, who comes forward. Wickets throughout the morning session. If you missed that on talkSPORT 2 or SENZ, well, it's worth revisiting. New Zealand bowled out for 174. Patel didn't hang around long. A fifth wicket for Ravindra Jadeja. Set 147 to win this match. India at one stage were 29 for 5. A recovery of sorts, mainly thanks to 64 from Rishabh Pant, as Phillips is in, and once again Ravichandran Ashwin, who seems to just be getting a little better with his footwork, easing into his innings. Even Brian Lara gave up the first 20 balls of an innings to the bowler. Ashwin has faced 19. He's 6 not out. Much riding on his shoulders alongside Washington Sundar. Not a lot of batting to come. As this rolls back onto the stumps.
Didn't fall.
And
The bails didn't fall.
Ravichandran Ashwin, has he just whipped the bat around and knocked the ball away from the stumps before they hit, or has the ball actually deflected onto the stumps without the bails coming off? Reaction from the fielders, and Jarrod alongside me here in the comms box is that it was the latter. We shall see.
Yeah, well, we'll see in the replay. But for me, the ball hit the stumps and they just didn't come off.
I think he's hit the stumps with his bat.
Oh, you might be right, actually.
No, I think he's...
No, it was the
it's
ball.
a bit of both. He did get the bat down onto the ball, but not enough of the bat, which meant the ball continued on its path towards leg stump. It has actually hit leg stump, but the bails haven't come off. It's not been a comedy run out. It's been the ball hitting the stumps and the bails staying resolutely where they are. Another twist. 117 for 7. This time Ashwin plays back and clips his ball to the left of short leg and comes through for a single. I mean, what else is going to happen here?
Fabulously entertaining.
Oh!
Everything's happening.
God, he took so long to react to what was happening, Ashwin. He looked down as if to go, geez, that ball's going back. Oh my, it's going back towards my stumps.
Well, this is how... Get him lunging. And that was why it took him so long to get back, because he had lunged so far forward to get that.
The TV director focuses it in, or the cameraman, as Washington Sundar, this time the left-hander, reaching forward. This is a better length from Phillips and pushes this out to short cover, no run. Focuses in on those bails. We do see it happen more often than it used to, it seems. Heavier bails and all that, the zinger bails. Wow, another moment in this extraordinary test series. Washington Sundar, last ball look, and Phillips over. He shapes to come forward and then he's kind of caught. And he's watchful of off stump and plays at this delivery. But no damage done. Wow. 29 runs needed, 3 wickets set for New Zealand. A tie is still on. Where's it going, Iain O'Brien? Where is it going?
Well, it's going fun. That's all. It's fun. Cricket fan first. This is, well, second session, day 3. Strange, but it's just so captivating. I make a bowling change at Phillips' end. I go quick and try for 1-2 overs, and I go back of a length, nothing fuller than back of a length. Bounce to possibly even risking wides.
Here's Patel, and he draws the outside edge from the batter Ravichandran Ashwin, who's forward again. He's trying to get forward, and this goes to the right of first slip. It's a short backward point. Henry, I think, fields. No run.
So short, because this wicket you have to be super short to get it up that high, but so short that you're risking wides, but really high, and just see what happens.
I think whilst Phillips is going at 1 and over, Latham will be happy with him there, but I do see the point.
Well, that was his first good over in a while, so it'd be interesting now if he takes him off.
Patel again. And he's bowling. He's got his line. He's got his length. He's drawing Ashwin forward. Middle of the bat on this occasion, but we have seen it go past the outside edge on a couple of occasions.
I think he's alternate overs playing Phillips at the moment. One good, one.
Here's Patel playing back. Touch too short. And Ravichandran Ashwin will certainly take one, possibly two. No, it's the arm of Glenn Phillips. Dashing round. Deep point boundary. And that was a good bit of fielding from the Kiwi. 119 for 7. India need 28 runs. 3 wickets in hand. This match continues. We still do not know the destination. Imagine if it had been 1-1. I'm not sure Daniel McHardy would have been able to... Well, he'll be commentating from the fainting couch.
It's good those two contributed to a wicket. I know they did have one very early, but it was good that they contributed to one in the second innings.
Well, if they get another constant, maybe they'll commentate on the final wicket. As Patel is in, and on the sweep is Washington Sundar. There's no one on the leg side, so this goes in the air, but it's relatively safe. And he comes through for a single. 2 balls left of the over.
Big question that needs answering.
When's breakfast here?
Did you find out if it was manners?
Oh, do you know what? This game has been so extraordinary. I haven't even been able to tell you what happened yesterday.
Stabbed him in the back all afternoon.
I'm not sure stabbing someone in the back is Patel again, and he's beaten Ravichandran Ashwin. Beaten on the back foot. Fizzing delivery. Bounce. Ashwin's a tall man.
That's that line that Ashwin went back to and cut easily through point. That line, that length is fine.
Last ball of the over, and this is pitched up a touch, and this is turning viciously away from Ravichandran Ashwin. Too much spin, actually. Ashwin gets out the over. 2 runs coming from it. A good one from Ajaz Patel. We'll see if Tom Latham does change bowlers at an end which isn't giving as much. More of a holding end, as Jarrod was describing earlier. Going to have Washington Sundar's just going to have a few running repairs. 120 for 7. You find out about the Neil Manthorp. The accusation after this game is finished, if you weren't listening yesterday, essentially some of my food went missing from the fridge here at talkSPORT Towers. I suggested it might have been Neil Manthorp, who we'd seen in and around the office shortly after I'd left, and I set a little trap for him yesterday, so listeners will find out.
You laxative some.
Yeah, no. Yeah, man has missed 2 commentary stints because 27 runs needed, 3 wickets in hand. Jarrod, I'm not sure if you're with us. If you are, or even if you're not, I've lost track.
I'm always with you, John.
That's good to hear.
Phillips again.
Well, there it is.
Had a chance.
And Washington Sundar hasn't faced a lot of deliveries since the lunch break, has he? This is he's a left-hander, so the ball will be spinning away. Or we've seen 2 wickets, to my mind, that have gone straight on. And Phillips is over-pitching, and this is pushed long off. Not for the first time. And Washington Sundar gets off strike, and that deficit, or rather the target, reduces by a run. 27 runs needed.
This is outrageous stuff from a New Zealand captain. This is genuine new bowling spinners and not bowling medium pace, not bowling the quicks at all. That is New Zealand's in New Zealand, not in New Zealand. Any question, you go back to the quicks, you go back to the medium paces. So I have absolutely no problem with Phillips continuing, but there's just this part of me that wants to see a change.
Phillips is in, and this turns in towards off stump. Ravichandran Ashwin coming forward, pushing to point, no run.
What about Ish Sodhi? It's almost too late now, but at the same time,
That was the point I made.
If you lose and you haven't bowled it, Sodhi.
He won't. He can't. He won't. He won't bowl.
Well, Phillips has got 1 for 42.
He won't
from
bowl.
11 overs. Sodhi might go for 26 from 1. Playing with bat well in front of pad here. Ravichandran Ashwin is mindful of that turn that Glenn Phillips got in the last delivery. But Latham's there at short mid wicket. No run. The pressure continues. As Phillips is in and he's on the reverse sweep. And has he been caught behind? He has. Blundell's taken the catch. Ashwin has reviewed the decision made by the umpire. It was a predetermined shot, and it looks like he's just got an inside edge through to the keeper. Ashwin is reviewed, but the umpire's finger's gone up. India, as things stand, 121 for 8.
Front on first,
he just can't. You got the guy that hasn't been out, just has spent so much time in the crease at the other end. What?
Well, I tell you what, if anything, if a fielder's reaction is anything to go by, Ravichandran Ashwin is out. Blundell's having none of it.
And in that first...
And we're seeing a replay here, and the ball appears to me to have hit the bottom of the gloves. Let's have a little look. Ashwin on the sweep. Ultra edge says...
Yep.
The Kiwis will tell you, IOB, Ashwin is going to have to go.
Go back on field to Michael.
In that first slow-mo, I think this is how there's sound on the first slow-mo, and I heard doof on the first slow-mo. But the way that Blundell went up, the way that Mitchell went up at first slip, it was... That goes back to Ravinder's slog sweep in terms of that's not one of your shots. That's not how you... That's greedy. That's trying to make...
Isn't it pressure? It's pressure, isn't it?
That's exactly what it is.
It's massive pressure.
The closer you get, the harder it gets.
You're getting bogged down. You can't get off strike.
But
you can't rotate the strike. There's no release shot. You're just trying to come... And you think to yourself, hang on, I'm a bowler. When I've got opposition in this position, they always sweep me. I know what I'm going to try and do.
And reverse sweep against the spin as well. It's just... It wasn't a great ball. It was a full ball outside our stump.
Yeah, but you premeditate.
Yeah.
So you're already committed to the shot.
If he doesn't premeditate, he just pushes that through the covers, doesn't he? Or maybe to mid off or
slog sweep it because your ego takes over as well. But whatever, either way, that's just ego overruling good decision making.
This reminds me, it's a similar position, completely different match and the conditions and everything. Remember Edgbaston, that first Ashes test, and Australia were England were 2 wickets away. Pat Cummins and Nathan Lyon at the crease. Pat Cummins saw Australia home from very similar position to this in terms of runs needed. Wow. Phillips with his second wicket, 2 balls left, and it's Akashdeep to face. 121 for 8, India's. Phillips is in, and he's bowled him! Akashdeep has been bowled.
Is he going to review it?
Via an inside edge, possibly. It matters not. He's lost off stump. India are 9 down. Glenn Phillips is on a hat-trick.
Like I said, keep Phillips on.
And New Zealand are 1 wicket away from their first ever clean sweep away from home in India. Incredible scenes at the Wankhede. And he hasn't lost off stump, by the way. That's hit middle and leg.
He's just been bowling stock balls for ages, and we've been complaining and thinking about other bowlers, and then he's got a bit of a lucky one, fine. Nothing lucky about that. That is a beautiful delivery, and it's something that Glenn Phillips can do. It isn't something he's been hinting at for the last half an hour, I can tell you that.
That is a lower order player's technique in terms of a top orders player technique to that type of spin. But take that. That's wonderful.
It's a good ball. That would have been a good ball to a top order player as well.
No, it's a good ball. But pad covers line, bat in front of pad, and you're okay there because it hits you outside the line if you miss it with the bat. But there's the pad, goes down the line of the stumps, and the bat is left searching, and Phillips goes from 1 to 3.
Let's bring Jeremy in. We're going to throw back to SENZ after this delivery, but let's get Jeremy on the cans. Let's get reaction. This is going to be the end of the game in the next 20 minutes, half an hour, one delivery. Who knows? But let's get everybody on now because this is a massive, massive moment. Jeremy, I'm just seeing through. I think we need all the family together for what has been an incredible series. Glenn Phillips on a hat-trick. Mohammad Siraj, who was out first ball in the first innings and lost a review. I mean, can it get any worse than that? Yes, it can, if he's out first ball here. We'll see what happens. It's going to be Glenn Phillips, who's taken 2 wickets in 2 balls. He's dismissed Ravichandran Ashwin and Akash Deep.
Field in, but give him the single. Field in, but give him the single.
He's got a leg slip, a short leg, and Phillips is in. Siraj comes forward, pushes it out to the offside, wants a run, is sent back by Washington Sundar, and India live to fight again. Wonderful, wonderful test match. It's been an absolute privilege to bring it to you on talkSPORT 2, SENZ and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Iain O'Brien's going nowhere. Jarrod Kimber is also going to be sticking by. But for the denouement of this wonderful 3-match series, let's hand back over to New Zealand. The man who inspired the 1990 hit from Pearl Jam, Jeremy, Coney and the main man, Daniel McHardy, for one final hurrah.
Yeah, you're right.
Elton John was still going then, wasn't he? I suppose he was.
Inspired him.
Yeah,
Inspired Elton John.
Frank Sinatra.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, John. Breakthrough. Lethal, Norman. What a spell. 121 for the loss of 9. 26 runs from victory for India.
Now then, Washington Sundar.
1 wicket for New Zealand, Jeremy. Ajaz Patel has the ball. Now
Washington Sundar, what are you going to do now? Let's see if you're going to have a bold crack at trying to win the game for your side. Yes, you need 34 runs, but you've got to do something. You've got to either farm the strike as on the 5th or the 6th ball. Are you therefore on the first few balls of this over? Are you going to try and score some runs? That's the dilemma.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled! Ajaz Patel's gone right through him. The test match is over. It's pure fantasy. It's cricketing ecstasy for New Zealand. Get the brooms out. The Black Caps have swept India aside and have won by 25 runs. They win the series 3-0. India all out for 121.
Well, what a thrill for Tom Latham as he walks off. And just amazing that this side has been going. New Zealand sides have been going there since 1955. New Zealand started playing cricket from 1930 against the Poms at home. No one has ever done this in India. No side. There have been better sides gone, I've got to say. But here in this one, they've grabbed the opportunity and they've, crossed the Rubicon, haven't they? They've just done brilliantly. And to defend that total, with those bowlers, only Henry bowled 3 overs, otherwise it was been the 2 spinners all day. And they've probed away, sometimes not at their best. They've hung in there. They got wickets early, then they had to confront a partnership, and a strong partnership, wasn't it, when Pant was batting very nicely. But they've managed to get through, and so pleased for them. The silence round the ground, of course, doesn't receive it in the same way.
New Zealand win by 25 runs. Another proud former Black Cap, Iain O'Brien, shaking his head in disbelief.
A little bit emotional, actually. This is... I take nothing away from Sir Edmund Hillary, but this is one of those achievements from a New Zealand perspective that is... if the English winning the Ashes get MBEs, this is, well, Jeremy, you should be knighted already, but this is one of those kind of scenarios where there is some hyperbole in what I'm saying, but this Test match is, yes, it's 2 and 1.5 sessions, 2 days, 1.5 sessions. Where there hasn't been a lull in activity. There's been no what people would call boring Test cricket. Whosever side you've been watching, it's been entertaining. But from a New Zealand perspective, this genuinely a little bit red-eyed, because that is just phenomenal.
Well, I did hear the call, Ian O'Brien. I love the emotion. Thank you for letting everyone know how exactly you feel. Brilliant. I heard some people describe it as beating India in India as sort of cricketing Everest. But to win 3-0 was like, okay, we've done that. Let's go over to K2 and have another crack.
Yeah, it became obvious that New Zealand were really wanting to do this, even after the second Test, and they got into this Test match. They didn't regard it. Certainly, India didn't regard it as a dead rubber. And we'll throw to Jarrod to tell us exactly how many tests for India to stay. And I think it'll be what they have to win 5-0. Jarrod.
I mean, pretty much now, don't they? It's
so
almost impossible now.
Yeah, so it's almost gone. That leading the Test Championship it's a 2-year period that you play. And they got to such a point so far ahead you could almost lose 1 or 2. You could absorb those losses. But suddenly this 3-0 reversal of what everybody, to be honest with you, was anticipating when a New Zealand side goes to play in India and play against spin, and our spinners don't bowl much in New Zealand at all, and they have to go there. We have to rely on them, and they can't quite do it. But they've managed to this time, and that's the thrill of it, I think, also.
Ajaz Patel, 6 for 57, 5 wickets in the first innings, Jeremy Coney. And at lunch on day 2, you and I were saying, can you rely on Ajaz Patel? He was erratic, he had 1 for 77 off 13 overs. Whatever was said at that stage, he's come out. And one of the more extraordinary, one of the most unique Test careers continues.
Yes, it does.
Has no wickets at home, ladies and gentlemen. No Test wickets at home. And he's spun New Zealand to victory again.
So we got, 5 and 6 here?
11.
11 wickets
11
in this
wickets.
match.
The second time he's taken a 10 for
Is that 20?
Mumbai.
Is that 24 in Mumbai? 24 Test wickets in 2 matches. That is mad.
25.
25. My apologies.
Yeah.
And man of the match is somewhat obvious, but I still want to draw some attention at Young, at his 2 contributions in the 2 innings, in the first innings and the second innings. I know he did have the easier job in terms of batting as an opener against the newer ball, but his 2 contributions have to be and must be, and Daryl Mitchell, they have to be looked at and they have to be celebrated.
And in a losing cause, Jarrod Kimber, Rishabh Pant, one-man band today. A one-man band. 64 of 57. While others were shaky, crumbling around him, struggling to score, he wasn't having any of it. And it was the thinnest of edges.
I mean,
that might have swung this New Zealand's
or the
way.
thickest of pads.
Yeah, I mean, and that's probably what it took to get rid of Rishabh Pant. Right, was one of those ones where even the 2 umpires didn't agree with each other probably by the end, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of disagreement amongst the fan bases. But even as a neutral, I was like, I'm not sure I would where I would come out on that one. But Rishabh Pant in both innings, I thought batted probably as well as anyone did in this Test match. I thought he was absolutely outstanding. And Jeremy, you asked me a minute ago about how many Test matches India need to win to make the World Test Championship final.
Yes.
What about New Zealand? They're actually closer
don't
now.
worry about us. We'll just chug along.
No, you're
we'll just chug
closer.
along doing our thing.
All you have to
we
do
won't
is
get too high.
Just
we won't get too
Well, hang on.
low.
I'm
Another
assuming you're
3-0
about
and
to
you
tell
get
us.
there. Yeah, another
There you
3-0
go.
and it's very hard for New Zealand not to make it now. Hey, now
We'll see.
now that you win 3-0 in all these 3 Test series,
New Zealand have to play at home now. We're not going to play spin. We're not going to bowl the spinners. So.
Oh, no, I've got the big fans on at the basin right now, Ian.
You've always got
It's not
big
going to be
fans.
a new ball wicket. It's not going to be hard, caught behind wicket.
But if you look at this match, I mean, or even today, how can you feel that the Indian top order, once again, Jaiswal, okay, he's had runs before, but out for 5, LBW to Phillips. Rohit Sharma, once again, nervy, out for 11. Shubman Gill, 1. Virat Kohli, 1. Sarfaraz Khan, 1. You know, that they just are not providing some runs for they're not providing anything for their side at the moment. It's really very odd against the spinners, isn't it? They're just where they just lost confidence about how to stay in. I find that really difficult to understand.
I think Jack was telling me, can we hear from Daryl Mitchell? Daryl Mitchell, the official presentation. Or not. I think he's just come off screen.
he probably went to have a lie down on the fainting couch.
I think it was Daryl Mitchell. There's only half of them there, as you guys have been joking about. What a fighting effort that was. Sorry, Ian.
I've just 4 moments yesterday, and I know I brought it up on commentary yesterday a couple of times, and as we wrapped up the day, there were 4 moments. There were 2 drops, 2 New Zealand drops, Chapman and Henry. Oh, okay, I hate pointing them out. Gill and Pant, and that partnership put on an extra 73 from the time of the first drop. There was the catch of Ashwin, and then also before that there was the shot from Ravinder. Those 4 moments were the losing of this Test match, if that makes sense. They were the moments that New Zealand would sit there for a long time and contemplate individually and as a group. But then I think it's all undone by the reverse sweep from Ashwin this morning. I think that while they want to tidy up their fielding and make better decisions, and that catch from Ashwin was genuinely unbelievable, undone by today. But they stuck at it, they hung tough, and this was a very easy test for New Zealand to go into and, I don't want to say underperform it, but it was a very easy test to lose. Very easy to lose. And if you look at Test series for certainly travelling teams, but last Test match when you're up in the series, it's a very easy one to fall behind and to be humiliated, actually, and to almost undo the good mana, the good feelings and all that good work that you've done on those first 2 Test matches. It's kind of forgotten. But good first innings. 2 tosses. The second 2 Test tosses were hugely important. Losing the first toss was that happened to work out nicely for New Zealand. But if you're going to prepare wickets and lose the toss, you still have to be better than the other team. And New Zealand have outplayed India in India. I still cannot believe I'm saying that.
The Test match is over. If you're just tuning into our coverage of the Test series between India and New Zealand, it is all over. New Zealand has won the series 3-0. This is not a warning, New Zealand cricket fans. This has happened. They have defended the target of 147. They set India 147 after they were bowled out early on day number 3. Overnight, 171 for the loss of 9, turned into 174 all out when Ajaz Patel was caught Jadeja a deep mid-wicket for 8, giving Jadeja 5 for 55. Running through the scorecard, Rohit Sharma was caught Phillips at mid-wicket, trying to pull, skied one, good catch running back, Phillips safe as houses off the bowling of Henry. Sharma's nightmare series in a lot of ways, and very much with the bat. Gone for 11, it was 13 for 1. Shubman Gill, he left one alone, and Ajaz Patel didn't miss. It hit the stumps. He was bowled for 116 for 2. Soon turned in to 18 for 3 when the king was dismissed. Virat Kohli caught Mitchell at slip off the bowling of Patel, also for 1. Another one, this time to Sarfraz Khan. He was caught at deep. Prior to that it was Jaiswal. My apologies. He was LBW bowled Phillips for 5 before Sarfraz Khan had a low full toss, picked out Rachin Ravindra expertly as if he was giving some deep catching practice. Gone for 1 in India at that stage in all sorts at 29 for the loss of 5, and 147 looked a long, long away. But Jadeja joined Rishabh Pant. They put on 42 for the 6th wicket before Jadeja was caught in close off the bowling of Patel by Young for just 6. Yes, Rishabh Pant at the other end was starting to get into his work, and you could tell he was the key man. And he was next to go in the second session. A bat pad that ballooned up, Blundell running around from behind the stumps, took it at a short leg, deeper short leg. Originally not given out, New Zealand reviewed, and it was oh so close. The bat was hitting the pad, there was no doubt about that, but as the ball also passing the inside edge higher up, there was a slight register as far as umpire rifle, the TV umpire, was concerned, and that was the moment. Blundell taking the catch, Patel had another, and Pant was gone for 64. 106 for 7 at that stage. Ashwin reverse sweeping, as Ian O'Brien pointed out, also a big moment. Light rub of the gloves, and he was given out. Caught Blundell, bowled Phillips for 8. And then, well, the tail did not wag at all as Akashdeep bowled next ball. An absolute ripper from Glenn Phillips, spinning back and hitting the stumps. Gone first ball, 121 for the loss of 9. And then Washington Sundar had a decision to make. Do I trust Mohammad Siraj, needing 25 to win? He decided, no, I do not. He tried a slog sweep. The first ball of Patel's 15th over, he missed, and Patel hit the stumps. New Zealand win by 25 runs. India all out for 121. Henry 1 for 10 off 3 overs. Ajaz Patel, though, the hero, 14.1 overs, 1 maiden, 6 for 57. A 11 wicket haul over the course of the test match at a venue where 3 years ago he took 14 test wickets, including just becoming the 3rd ever test cricketer to take 10 wickets in an innings. Ajaz Patel in Mumbai will forever live in memory, while Glenn Phillips toiled away and got his reward late, finishing with 12 overs, no maidens, 3 for 42. New Zealand giving little to no chance by most prior to the series. Will never want to leave India, Jeremy Coney.
You think they
just want to stay there?
They'll get visas, do you think?
It's been an extraordinary few weeks. It's been a thrill to be part of it on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ. It's New Zealand winning by 25 runs, making it 3 matches to 0. It did happen. It has happened.
It has happened, you're right. It's been an extraordinary effort, really.
Well, I've run out of words. It's the perfect time, I would think. Sorry, Ian.
No, look, I've just got 8 wicket first innings, first test match win, 113 runs, second match win, and 25 runs. What? They're big totals.
Yeah, absolutely. Thoughts of Ian O'Brien. There'll be more to come from him and Jeremy Coney as we hand back to Jon Norman as we ready ourselves for following on.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the 3rd Test, direct from Mumbai, as India take on New Zealand.
Field in, or there's going to be a run-out!
Only on talkSPORT
2. talkSPORT 2, official broadcast partner of the Premier League and the EFL.
Fight Night Extra on talkSPORT 2, Tuesday evening from 5.
Get weighed in for a massive night of big boxing drama.
I'm just ready to go to war.
Explosive insight and heavyweight boxing banter.
I'm the generation fighter. I actually feel sorry for all these guys who's had to fight me.
Hard-hitting boxing discussion that jabs you between the ears.
Fantastic boxer. But this is a big step up in weight class. Really big step up.
Get in the ring and go the distance.
She's got movements that look like Mayweather at times.
Fight Night Extra, Tuesday evening from 5.
On talkSPORT 2, the home of boxing.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
Live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary of the third test, direct from Mumbai, as India take on New Zealand.
Fielding all, there's going to be a run out!
Only on talkSPORT 2.
Wow. Welcome to Following On. This has been an extraordinary test match, extraordinary day of test cricket, an extraordinary series of test cricket. You could argue that we brought to you on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ the greatest achievement by any team in the history of test cricket. A middling team, Iain O'Brien, has beaten the best team in home conditions, not once, not twice, but thrice. And they've done so today on talkSPORT 2 and SENZ in thrilling. My son asked me what thriller meant yesterday, and I told him, I'm going to go back home today and I'm going to add to that explanation. It's not just an album by Michael Jackson. It's not just a 4-3 in a football game. It's not just a horror film. It is New Zealand in India, day 3, where they took all 10 Indian wickets for just 121 runs. Before we go on, shall we try and hear from the Indian captain Rohit Sharma, who is speaking to Harsha Bhogle in the post-match presentation.
Digestible, but again, we didn't play our best cricket. We know that, and we accept that we didn't play our best cricket. New Zealand played better than us throughout the series, there was a lot of mistakes that we made throughout the series, and which we have to accept it.
You've often talked about wanting more first innings runs. Was there an issue with the batting? Is it form? What do you put it down to?
Yeah, I mean, look, a couple of test matches, the first and the second one, we didn't put enough runs on the board in the first innings, and we were very much behind the game. This game, we got that 30 runs lead. We still felt that we were a little ahead of the game, but then again, that target was chaseable. All we had to do was a little bit of application, which we failed to do as a unit.
As a player who's been around so long, obviously you had a game plan. We were trying to look at your own approach to batting in this game. What was your thought behind going after the bowling that early?
Look, when you're chasing a target like that, you want runs on the board as well. That is something that was there in my mind, and it just didn't come off. When it doesn't come off, it doesn't look that great, but there is certain ideas, certain methods that I go into bat with. Sometimes it doesn't come off. And in this series, it hasn't come off, which I'm very disappointed with. But again, like I said, we didn't play our best cricket that we are supposed to in conditions like this. And we are obviously facing the results of that.
I'm sure there'll be a lot of people talking about what went wrong. I've got just one more question for you in this interview. The positives from the series, there always are. What would that be for you? Pant, Gill, Washington, a lot of the youngsters started to come good.
Absolutely. I think, those guys showed how to bat on those surfaces. You got to be slightly ahead and be proactive when you are playing on a pitch like that, which we all know, which, we discussed many a times in the last 3 or 4 years we've been playing on pitches like this. So we know, we are aware of what we need to do. It's just that, this was an unfortunate series where it didn't come off. We were trying to do certain things, it didn't come off, which is why we lagged behind in the series. And obviously, as a captain as well, I was not at my best in leading the team as well, and not with the bat as well. So, that is something that, from a personal point of view, but again, there are a lot of positives as we saw, in our innings. The bowlers bowled well, kept us in the game. It's just that collectively as a unit, we failed to perform.
It's interesting that you should make that admission yourself. But wish you all the best for Australia. The mind, I guess, will slowly drift there.
Hopefully, yeah. Thanks. Thank you.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Well, it's not often you win a test series when your captain and one of your best batters scores just 91 runs across 6 innings in a test series. Rohit Sharma, typically honest and taking the criticism on his own shoulders there. He didn't, he said, lead from the front in terms of captaincy, and he didn't score the amount of runs that he needed to make either. But it wasn't just him, was it, Iain O'Brien? Because there was another big gun in that top 4 that didn't fire. The former captain of India, who only scored 2 runs more than Rohit Sharma. India have got some massive, massive problems here.
And that was the man that I neglected to mention yesterday in terms of run chasers, Kohli. He is a phenomenal run chaser, whether it be white ball, whether it be red ball, batting second, batting last. He is a brilliant run chaser. The timing, the pace, being able to turn over the strike. And so picking him up this morning in that first session, just I think that genuinely changes your mood. I know he hasn't had a great series, but
I think you're totally right. This is what we spoke about yesterday, wasn't it? You know, late order collapses have been part and parcel of this series from both sides. You take wickets early. Wow. One player who did perform, and actually, at the end of the day, he ended up topping the run-scoring charts, was Rishabh Pant. He top scored today with 64. But apart from that, what really came to my mind when watching the Indian batters bat, and they didn't bat for a long time, there was panic there. They expected failure.
Rohit Sharma's shot this morning summed it up. The first dismissal, Matt Henry, it's about navel height, and he's hit up underneath it. There's no thought of trying to keep it on the ground. Rohit Sharma is known to, when the bounce is shoulder height and above, for being a bit top edgy and a little bit uncontrolled. But today's shot from up and under, from down below and hit it under, and a good catch from Henry, that confused me. And at 13 for 1, made life very difficult.
It did.
On that start.
And 13 for 1 became 18 for 3. Axar Patel picking up the next 2 wickets to 4. Another wonderful return to a city that he calls home, away from home. Let's hear who I imagine is the player of the match. Axar Patel speaking with Harsha Bhogle.
Mumbai. It's always Mumbai for you, isn't it?
Yeah, look, spin bowling's a little bit about rhythm, and sometimes when you're in rhythm, it's about making the most of it. And when the conditions present themselves to you, you know, you have to, I guess, take it by the horns and really do something for your team.
It was fascinating to see how you evolved as the game went along. Talk us about what happened before lunch and after lunch yesterday, because you suddenly seemed a different bowler. You were slowing down the pace. It was a fabulous performance after that.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I kind of felt confident even in that morning session, but the wicket probably didn't offer me as much as I would have liked. And then in the period after lunch, it started turning a bit more, so that gave me a bit more confidence to toss it up and use my guile and my shape in the air. So, that's all I tried to do, make sure I keep it simple, use my shape in the air, and then try and be ahead of the batters.
We noticed the changes in pace as well, especially when you were bowling to Rishabh Pant. That was a fabulous contest. We noticed you were bowling quicker to him than to the other batters.
Yeah, look, he's batted phenomenally this series, and he's the one that's kind of put the most pressure on us as spinners. So I had to think outside the box for him a little bit more. I knew that if I just bowled good balls to him, he's probably going to, send them out the park. So I had to make sure I came up with a new plan and something a little bit different and try and stay ahead of him.
You know, before you, Iain Botham had taken 22 wickets in 2 test matches here. You want to send him a hello?
Yeah, sure thing.
Yeah. But not quite the slow local back to Jogeshwari today then?
No, not quite. I think there'll be a bit of traffic at this time.
But well done, Ijaz, and congratulations on a magnificent performance.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There you are then. Our player of the match, the IDFC First Bank player of the match is
So a big
Ijaz
thanks to
Patel.
Harsha Bhogle, who was part of our coverage earlier this year. England went to India, and you know what, Iain? They should have gone 2-2. It should have been 2-2 game to the final test match. They threw away a golden opportunity to make it so. They ended up losing 4-1. But hindsight's such a wonderful thing. And we've got another talking point in a minute, by the way. Just noticed, you just pointed out who the player of the series is. Actually, we might be able to hear from him. Kane Williamson, absolute team man, will be delighted at the runs that have been scored at his position for this New Zealand side. But there's a big question for the selectors. Let's hear from Will Young, player of the series.
Start of the series, one match was huge, and then to go again and again, just so proud of the boys and proud of the efforts I put in to contribute towards that.
Tell us about those efforts, because you looked so relaxed and comfortable while batting.
I just tried to keep it really simple, if I'm honest. At times I needed to trust my defence, and at times just being really clear on where I wanted to score and do it for as long as I possibly can.
Are you inside as relaxed as you appear to be while you're batting?
You heard the analogy, duck swimming on water? No, I try to keep it simple. As I said before, like if I know where I want to score and I can trust my defence, it makes the mind a lot clearer.
Once you're back in your hotel room and you're sitting back and looking back at what you have achieved, what is the one thing that for you personally will stand out?
I think it's memories with the boys that we've just created here over the last few weeks. You talk about the dressing room and the hotel room. You go back and you enjoy each other's company, and that's why we play the game. And we do it for the bloke next to us, and it's a great feeling.
Little message to Kane Williamson. Can I keep number 3, please?
Don't know about that. Next series, we'll see what happens.
Maybe, but well done. You got runs at difficult times, and that must leave you deeply satisfied. Well done.
Thank you very much.
So Will Young speaking with Harsha Bhogle there. The point I was making, Ian, is that England went to India with an untried, unheralded spin attack of Shoaib Bashir, Tom Hartley, two guys that had never played a test match. I think Shoaib Bashir might have played one, and Rayan Ahmed, who played 2 matches. And they actually caused India problems. It was a huge surprise at the time, maybe less so now. Let's hear from the winning skipper, Tom Latham, following that historic win today in Mumbai.
I guess now to be in this position, look, the boys have done a fantastic job over the last 3 test matches. We spoke about it after each test match, was trying to back it up, and I guess to finally do it here in Mumbai on a completely different surface, one that challenged us certainly with bat and ball. We're pretty happy.
You won with pace in Bengaluru, with spin in Pune, and you conquered this heat. I mean, I live here and it's hot. What gave you the most satisfaction?
I think just being able to adapt to each ground. I wouldn't say it's been one way of doing things. Obviously the Seamers did a great job in Bangalore. Different guys have stood up at different times, and I think that's the beauty of a team sport, is as guys chip in at different times. I guess you look at the scores of the game, it wasn't necessarily big runs, but it was more contributions that we were looking for. And obviously last week it was Mitch, and this week was Ajaz. He did a fantastic job. He loves bowling here in Mumbai, so it's just a all-round great team effort, and just certainly proud of the guys and what we've put out.
I was talking to Daryl Mitchell a little while ago, and he said, it's just us Kiwis doing Kiwi things.
Yeah, look, we just wanted to try keep it simple over here. We wanted to come over here and try fire a few shots, and I spoke about that over the last couple of weeks, and I certainly think we've done that. We've been a little bit more aggressive with the bat, tried to be a little bit more proactive, and again with the ball we've tried to keep things simple, understand how India play a little bit, and try to do our best, I guess. And the guys have chipped in at different times, which has been the most important thing, and really happy to be standing here in this position.
What changed between Sri Lanka and India?
Not a lot, to be honest. I don't think we played all that bad over there. I think we fell on the right side of a couple of tosses, which are important, I think, in these conditions, putting runs on the board. We spoke about it last night. The position we're in is having the belief that we had enough runs on the board. And we came here and we obviously bowled really well this morning to be in the position we were. And I guess when you're chasing a score on a tricky wicket, runs on the board's always important.
I won't keep you out in this heat for much longer. You have a trophy to collect as well. But it's been a great couple of weeks for New Zealand sport, hasn't it? The women winning the T20 World Cup, beating England at rugby yesterday at Twickenham, now winning here. Which one means the most to you? Come on.
Look,
this one, I'm sure.
they're all special. Obviously, the girls winning the World Cup was obviously fantastic. But look, to be in this position, we could only have dreamt of being in this position when we turned up here 3 weeks ago. So, and obviously, All Blacks getting the job done last night was awesome. So, great weekend all round.
That dream has now come true, Tom. There's a trophy there waiting for you. And I'll leave you to go and pick it up and celebrate it with your teammates. Well done. Very well played.
Thank you very much.
Tom Latham speaking to Harsha Bogle. And, he just goes over to take the trophy. What an achievement. Let's bring in Jeremy Coney. Jeremy Coney's just putting his cans back on. He's been listening to Tom Latham and the team. I mean, Jeremy, you started playing for New Zealand mid-70s. You played through one of the great New Zealand sides. Then over the last 10-15 years, we've seen them appear at 2 ODI World Cups. We've seen them win the 2021 World Test Championship final. We've seen success in England. We've seen success in Pakistan, albeit in the UAE. Where does this rank? Not just for New Zealand, but this Test series. In your history of watching and playing Test cricket, is this the greatest achievement by a Test side ever?
Look, it has to be very close, doesn't it? Because of the fact that New Zealand have never won they've occasionally won one Test. The closest we have got to anything like this was back in 1969 when Graham Dowling's team came to India. They lost the first Test, they won the second, it was 1-1. They went to Hyderabad and they had India 7 for 70, chasing about 280 in that third Test, and they had about 3.5 hours to go, and a cloudburst came, and they slowed down the procedures of taking the covers off and so on. So we had the first example of Graham Dowling, the New Zealand captain, the first Test captain, to go onto the ground in bare feet and be trying to dry water off the ground. So it was quite frustrating for that 69 side. But since then, New Zealand have always struggled coming to India, and that is such different conditions. Earlier on it was diet and it was heat and so on that caused some of the long tours to be, to cause trouble and with health and so on. But lately, of course, it's very, very good going to India, and there's none of those problems at all. So it's been on the field. And while we've won one match in 1988 with John Wright's side, where John Bracewell at Wankhede actually bowled India out, since then it hasn't been easy. And to come here with a side without Kane Williamson, to lose to lose Michael Bracewell halfway through, and yet we had a little bit of luck in the first Test here. I think we've got to be honest about that, getting New Zealand-like conditions. But, sport is about seizing. It's about seizing opportunities and seizing moments. And that can often be the difference. And New Zealand, in that opportunity at Bengaluru, they seized that. And they were able, through O'Rourke and Henry and Southey, the seamers, no one else bowled, and they created enough chances, and they took the chances. And to bowl India out for 46, I think India had the feeling, we'll outlast the Kiwis' attack, and we'll just get a decent total that we can defend. But they couldn't. And so New Zealand got so far ahead, getting 402 and Ravindra 100 and Conway 90, and then getting from the different places they got contributions too, didn't they? They got 65 from Southey down at the bottom end there, and so 400, a lead of 356. And then, even though India fought back valiantly to come back in that game, it wasn't enough. They were too far behind. They had too much work to do, and so New Zealand got through in that Test. And then in the second Test, even more, actually, because it was in the sun, under the sun, and it was a spinning Test. And we found someone out of the blue able to take 13 wickets. But we still got the runs. We got enough runs in our first innings again. 400 in the first Test. This time it was 259 and bowled them out for 150. Lead of 103, a good lead. And then We batted well again, and that's where Latham came in with his 80. And then you got contributions from Blundell, 40, and Phillips, 48 not out. So what we're seeing is a picture of contributions coming from different places with the bat in first innings, where you need them so much in Asia, and then you see a little lead created, sometimes a bigger lead, and then enough runs in the second innings to create a problem for India, and then Santner bowled them out, as I say, in that second test. So we found people at different times responded to the questions that were being asked by the Indian side and the Indian conditions. Here we had the luck of a bit of a toss. I think winning the toss was important, as this pitch kind of deteriorated quite quickly, didn't it? When we were looking at yesterday, the way that the Indians were able to bowl on it. But even here, we were able to get, runs from Mitchell and Young on that first day in the heat. 82 for Mitchell and a 70-odd for Young. I just stop and mention about Young for a second. He has to play in New Zealand, in my opinion. The way that he has approached his innings, his unflappable nature, his confidence, he spoke about there, I think, his confidence in defence, how good he felt that he could remain at the wicket for a long time and then get opportunities to score. And he did that, even in those conditions yesterday, to get to 51, 100 balls he survived from not just one end. He didn't have to face one hard bowl. He had to have questions asked from both ends all the time. So I thought that they were magnificent. Okay, he's been made man of the series, was it? With a higher score of 70. When's that been done before?
Yes.
He's got to be in that New Zealand side. He's also worked his way into that bat pad condition.
I'll add something else to that, Jeremy, because of course Will Young, unlike Kane Williamson, or should I say, or dare I say, Devon Conway, has a New Zealand cricket contract. He has accepted a New Zealand cricket contract. Surely that also must play a part in the decision.
A little bit, yeah, I think it does. I think the players like Conway and Williamson have also indicated they are very keen on playing Test cricket. So they've said that. They'll be true to their word. I think we have an injury. That's why Williamson isn't here.
Can I ask you another question, Jeremy?
Whose place is he going to take?
Well,
I think Phillips in the first test.
Yeah, could be. I mean, could he take? Could Phillips take the gloves? Could Phillips take the gloves and take them off if he needs to bowl 2 or 3 overs of off spin? Blundell, step away. McCullum's done it. There's no obvious solution. And it's, I suppose, it's the cliche is it's a problem you want to have, right? But
yes, it is a bit.
You cannot drop the player of the series. Well, I mean, they'll be dropping Ajaz Patel. Another question for you, Jeremy, while we've got you. Now, yesterday on commentary, Ian O'Brien said 130 is defendable.
Yes,
Did you believe? And India fell 5 short of that. They were bowled out for 121, 9 short. Did you believe New Zealand had enough runs on the board when Ajaz Patel was out this morning for 8, a lead of 147?
I thought it was going to be tight. I did. I have to convince, I have to tell you the truth about that. And I thought 130 was just a wee bit too tight. Obviously, you want a few more runs, but the conditions yesterday when we made those predictions, I thought, were rather different than this morning, because I felt that right throughout this match that the first session of each day, and there aren't many days, but there have been 3 of them, it's been more benign, I think, let's put it that way. And I mean, I think the New Zealand batsmen Mitchell and Young were fighting as much as against the heat as against what the spinners were providing them on that first day. I thought in the second innings it was certainly the pitch and the way that the Indian bowlers, were using the pitch so well. So it was a rather different question. It wasn't so much heat, was it? So but young generally. I'm really pleased that it's been recognised at 33 and 48. And then, not so much in the Pune, 12 and 23, and 71 and 51. But he provided stability. And if you looked at I bet if you looked at the top 3 or 4 scorers for New Zealand, and then you looked at the top 3 scorers for India, you wouldn't find the top order of India match New Zealand at all.
You're absolutely right.
I would think you'd find Pant would be at the top, wouldn't he, at number 5?
He is.
Yeah, and no one else will have got 200.
You're absolutely correct. And there is one other thing as well, Jeremy. Nobody, apart from Will Young, batted for over 400 deliveries. He batted for 460, and that is a crucial part to play when you're coming in at number 3.
These are slightly old-fashioned things to say, aren't they? We're absorbing a bowler and seeing a bowler off.
Correct.
A bowler is allowed to bowl well. And sometimes what we've replaced that of seeing a bowler off is with putting pressure back on the bowler. That seems to have kind of replaced it. And I don't have a problem with that. Other than that can sometimes cost you wickets, because seeing the bowler off means take a few risks and attack him. That's what if you're good enough to attack him, then why bother? I mean, that's no problem. You should be attacking him anyway. But and you'd be knocking the bowler over, and he'd be replaced at the crease. But bowlers are allowed to bowl well, and so I just feel sometimes that's a very useful skill to have. Patience is gone.
Before we let you go, Jeremy, and it's been an absolute privilege and a treat to be on the airwaves, although we didn't cross over too much because I'm over here, you're over there and all that. But we will be hopefully reunited for the England Test Series, which starts this month, by the way, 3 weeks' time, pretty much. But you've seen every day of this series, and you've watched a lot of cricket. And you also know that teams do come, even the great teams, all teams come to the end of their cycle. The problems that India face right now, having seen these last 3 test matches, is this a temporary blip? All teams have them. Or is there something deeper than that may not actually be addressed by 2, 3, maybe 4 of the players that have played in this test series moving on?
That's a harder question to answer. I think India seem to be at the moment, they are in a transitional phase, it seems to me. They've got a number of young players who are starting to play aggressively. They are also playing in a style, they're adopting a style which is different. No longer do we see the Pujaras, the Ajinkya Rahanes. We don't see those people who can do exactly what I've just described. When Pujara went out to Australia, he did that when he faced Nathan Lyon. He absorbed all the problems and used his feet against him so well that no one else had to really contend quite so much with the threat that Nathan Lyon possessed. And so he was able to see him off, even sometimes when he didn't score a lot of runs. The other series before that, he was the man of the series in Australia. So, but you don't see that nowadays, and you get the ridiculous statement of saying Indian players now don't play spin very well. They trust their attack more than they do their defence. And the more they commit themselves to more and more T20 and 2020 cricket, which is fine. That seems to be what everybody, all the public want and so on. But I'm afraid that comes at a cost when it comes to the test format. That they don't practice and think about their defence quite so much. And so that's why men in and around the bat, when you're playing against India, become very important people. They make mistakes at it. They've put their defence, in the second bedroom, with all the rest of the old furniture. you know, and it's sitting in there, and they don't bring it to the game. And so they attack very well, and they trust their attack. That's why the reverse sweeps come in so much. That's why the sweeps come. It's why the slog sweeps come. And that's fine. I've no problem with the players about that sort of thing. They have to adapt to that. Cricket keeps changing and evolving anyway. But it comes at a cost for this particular format. It's too long. It's too demanding. The conditions change too much. And you need to have good skills at every one of the different things that are required to get you to succeed.
Brilliant. Jeremy, it's 9:20 in New Zealand. Too late for a celebratory glass of red wine with Daniel McHardy before Stumps?
McHardy, I'd like to take him out for a wine. I've got a bit of a wine back in my little bedroom back there. I also have something else other than the bedroom. Don't worry about that, Daniel. Look, he's getting his eyes are getting wider and wider as he heard that. Yeah. No, we will do that. We'll definitely do that.
Anyone listening, if you don't hear from me in an hour, you know where I am, mate.
Send the police.
Send the cop.
Daniel,
it's been brilliant, you guys, to have you over there. I mean, Daniel and I have really enjoyed having it, and it's just better for the listeners too.
Well, it's better for everyone because, you know, it's sometimes difficult to get Test cricket to the airwaves for a variety of reasons that our listeners probably aren't that interested in. So it did take a lot of work behind the scenes. So big thanks to
well done all the techos there as well.
Not just that as well, and the build-up as well. A lot of work went in. So big thanks to Brad Lewis. Hopefully Brad and Daniel are back on speaking terms after that defeat for Wellington Phoenix yesterday.
I love them again.
Yes,
I love them again.
And also Reuben Bradley. So big thanks to those guys. And a big thanks to you two, and look forward to seeing you two in Christchurch in a few weeks, where the Pinot Noir will be on moi. Head off into the night, guys. I'm going to stay here with Ian O'Brien just for a short while longer, and then we'll be leaving you on SENZ. Ian, we were listening to Will Young. Sorry, Jeremy, go for it.
Good to see Ian too.
Yeah,
it's
thank
great.
you, Ian. Thank you, Jack.
Terrific to see you, mate.
Thanks, John.
Always good to see Ian, even at 4 o'clock in the morning when he's wearing shorts. Ian, we were listening to Will Young, and he was asked a question, you know, what are you going to remember most from this? And it was the moments with the boys. Those moments with the boys from your Test career, they must be the moments. When it's all gone and you packed up the kit bag for the last time and the game's behind you, as the nights start to draw in the UK, and you cast your mind back, it's the moments with the boys, whether it's for New Zealand or for Wellington, the Firebirds, they're the moments, right?
Now, it's taken me a long time. I didn't do too well in the changing room. I found life very difficult in there. But now in my life, I wish I could go back. I wish I could go back and have more of this personality than back then. But we didn't, as a New Zealand team, we didn't win a lot when I was playing. So there wasn't often. We often set out to not lose, as a set by the coach, set by the as a style of play, which wasn't. It didn't. And I go back to that. You do what you do. It wasn't what we did as a team. It wasn't the team wasn't picked like that. But when you're winning, and when there's been a history of winning, and that's what this New Zealand team has. They have that in their background. They know how to win. They know how to contribute as a in front of the bright lights. Be a star in some ways, like Ajaz Patel has been in here.
Go show off your skills.
When the time's right, go and be special.
Go and enjoy it. Go and show everyone what you've been training for all these years.
Exactly what Jeremy was saying. It's the, you know, he's man of the series with a high score of 70 young. It's the unmemorable contributions that I think New Zealand are so good at. The Tom Latham at the top. You don't think of Tom Latham as being one of the best Test openers in the world for the last 5 years. I do.
I agree. That second innings score of 86 in Pune.
I look at the pitches he plays on in New Zealand and has unmemorable contributions. But They are massive contributions. And you look all the way through the New Zealand batting lineup. There's quality, there's stars, there is memorable stuff, but it's the unmemorable contributions that I think is New Zealand's secret, is just being able to get the ugly runs. Not being able to get the glamorous bits that look good, that make the highlights package. It's just getting dirty, taking the inside edge down to however they score them. I do also think that New Zealand is one of the best prepared teams in the world in terms of how they scout and how they lead up to, whether it be at home or they have enough time away, how they prepare for test matches. And I say that because New Zealand doesn't have the resources. So we have to have a point of difference. So there has to be a point of difference in having success. And I'm taking nothing away from any other country's preparations. I do know how a while back, we prepared. We weren't very good. We didn't win a lot. But we gave ourselves the best chance by being as best prepared. And this New Zealand team they've just gone out and they've done what they do. They've done exactly what they do. And they've done it for longer than India did.
Brilliant stuff. Iain, it's been a delight to have you back in the commentary box here on talkSPORT 2. I'm sure listeners, not just in Petone, is that right? Petone. How do you say it?
Well, in
Petone?
English, it's Petone.
Petone.
But Petione.
Petione.
In its original.
Is it French? Maori?
Maori.
Well, I'm sure everybody back home would have loved listening to you and across Wellington, as we do always when we get you on. And I hope that listeners have been listening and enjoying the coverage, whether they've been listening in the UK on talkSPORT 2, across the world on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, or in the UK on talkSPORT 2. It's been quite the ride. 3 test matches. It's always a bit of a risk when you embark on such tours, but it's paid off. Maybe not for India, but this Indian side have learnt a lot, and New Zealand have won a lot. Big thanks to the production team here in the UK, Jack, George, Tom, Scott, Gubbo, in New Zealand, Gary Morgan, our scorer, who is, essentially about 4 days into the hellhole that Daryl Mitchell enjoyed in first innings. Big thanks to Gary. Big thanks to Reuben Bradley and Brad Lewis in New Zealand. To Jarrod Kimber, Iain O'Brien, Stuart Meeker, Gareth Batty, Monty Panesar, Steve Harmison. I've probably forgotten somebody. Jarrod, can you think of somebody? Hopefully not. Daniel McHardy and Jeremy Coney. A big thanks from all of us here at talkSPORT 2 SENZ for our live and exclusive coverage of what has turned out to be an unbelievable series, which New Zealand have won 3-0.
Here is the big shot to the leg side, too deep mid-wicket. Man is placed out there and takes the catch. And India will need 147. Sharma pulls, skied it, man backing up from mid-wicket and takes the catch. It's 13 for 1.
Bowling! Shubman Gill! He shouldered arms to one that's gone straight on and he's taken off stump. And India, 16 for 2. Tilligan is head and is caught! Kohli's already walking off. And India, 18 for 3. Phillips again, and is caught at first slip. And it's been given leg before wicket. India have lost Sharma, Gill, Kohli, and now Jaiswal. They're 28 for 4. Full toss on the swing. Sarfraz gone! What have you done? India are 29 for 5.
Jadeja quick as he runs to the danger end. Crowd love the fact that they hit 50. 51 for the loss of 5. Pant moves to 20 off just 15 balls. 96 runs away for India. 5 wickets needed by New Zealand.
Last ball of the over. This is better, and it's caught a short leg. Jadeja's clipped one to the right of Will Young, who's taken a one-handed screamer. New Zealand believe. India now 71 for 6. Here's Washington Sundar. He's forward. He's gone on the slog sweep. It's a toe edge of the bat. and he's been dropped. 50 up for Rishabh Pant, 53 from 48. India now 92 for 6.
And waits on 60 of just 55 balls. Here's a slog sweep towards backward square leg. One bounce, 4. What pressure? Not for Pant. 64, 106 for 6. Here's Patel bowling it to Pant. Back pad chances there. They're all celebrating. The umpire says no. New Zealand have one review left. Blundell shaking his head. Patel, he looks more interested. They're going to have a look. The sound could come from anywhere.
It's hit the pad already. Now it's going past the edge. Is there a registration?
It's under the bat there.
No, there's a
and
little...
then we have a deflection.
This is a tough one.
toughie.
Should we just listen to umpire rifle, Jeremy?
Patel gets you overturn your original decision. Not out to out.
New Zealand claim the 7th wicket.
Phillips is in and he's on the reverse sweep. And has he been caught behind? He has. Blundell's taken the catch. Ashwin has reviewed the decision made by the umpire. It was a predetermined shot, and it looks like he's just got an inside edge through to the keeper. Ashwin is reviewed, but the umpire's finger's gone up. India, as things stand, 121 for 8. Ashwin is going to have to go. 121 for 8, India's. Phillips is in, and he's bowling! He's bowling! Akashdeep has been bowled. India are 9 down.
From over the wickets, here's a slog sweep, and he's bowled! Ajaz Patel's gone right through him. The test match is over. It's pure fantasy. It's cricketing ecstasy for New Zealand. Get the brooms out. The Black Caps have swept India aside and have won by 25 runs. They win the series 3-0.
I'm Jeff Stelling. Get set for another full-on weekend of fast-paced, frenetic football on talkSPORT and talkSPORT 2. This afternoon from 12:30, plucky underdog Sutton United go head-to-head with...
Yes.
Can I hear you?
I don't know.
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. Lost my notes. All right, you ready? Good.
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Jack. Can you see the YouTube? Jack? Can you see the YouTube at the moment? No, I just don't know which camera I'm supposed to be looking. I think it's the white one. I'm assuming it's just the wide shot, but... Okay.
Yesterday.
Weren't they close-ups yesterday? Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait, I'll just...
Yeah, but you can, it's 4K, you just crop in. It's YouTube.
We could just go to the YouTube page. I'll just go to the YouTube page. It should be on there, right?
Currently, that.
Oh, now I've got an ad.
You need the ad blocker.
Okay, I'm going to look here for a second. It's the white one, right? Cool. It's about a 40-second delay, so that didn't really help me as much as I was hoping it would.
That didn't work.
All right. Well, we got one extra hit. All right, let's... Yeah. Cool. I'm Jarrod Kimber. Welcome to the Super Over. I've got New Zealand Quick with me, Iain O'Brien, and we're going to talk about this. How about the start with something I heard you say off mic? I'm not even sure you brought it up on mic, but you said at one stage, 147, that's the perfect break. It's a perfect break in snooker. Not really an easy thing to defend, especially when the balls are running past your wicketkeeper every now and again, and you're only attacking from one end with the ball. It's an incredible effort again, and we've run out of times to be able to say this for New Zealand over the last couple of weeks, men and women.
Yeah, absolutely, and that was probably something that I feel I neglected to mention during the last couple of days, is that on the back of the 2 Test wins, but the women's success in the UAE is something that I've now genuinely felt like certainly absolutely celebrated it as a New Zealander, and hugely proud of what they've done. And we must look at this as how do you compare them? You can't. But brilliant. It's
the best month in New Zealand cricket history, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a good time to be. It's a good time to have New Zealand as your second favourite team.
Well, I mean, I can't help anyone there, but it was an arm wrestle. Once it became that kind of an arm wrestle, I thought New Zealand always had the chance just because they looked confident. We saw when Sarfaraz Khan came out to bat, he just looked wide as a ghost, and we've seen that before. I remember, the famous test where Damien Martin loses a big chunk of his career when he played against South Africa. Sometimes you just see a young player come out and go, "Oh, this is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be." New Zealand just looked up for it, even in the times when India got back on top.
And it could have been. And it's winning two Test matches in India, winning a Test series in India, it could have been very easy to have just not concentrated for long enough. I think is probably the way.
Especially with a small total to defend, right? But you give it a go for a little bit and then you back off.
But I'm talking about the batting. It's very easy to make mistakes when you're batting in that heat with the amount of spin, and it's very easy to lack a concentration and make a blunder that you will, you'll think about for a while. Yeah, there was, but there wasn't many, and that's the bit that impresses me so much. You've just done something that's not been done before by a New Zealand team, but they kept on going. They kept the physical, the mental, the emotional concentration, the energy tanks. They kept pushing and pushing and pushing, and winning is the hardest thing to do. To keep on winning is the hardest thing to do, because you're living up to expectation. To live up to expectation is impossible, because you're always going to fail. You fail so often in cricket. Good luck. But they have, and they've done something that's just ridiculous. And while there's a few stars, there's a few names that we'll remember in terms of, certainly in the wickets column, there's a few. It's not going to be too many batters we're going to remember after this Test series a year down the track. We're not going to remember a lot of the batting. And that's the special thing about this New Zealand team.
And there's no doubt. We were commentating on Ajaz Patel, and he was frustrating at times, and he wasn't landing the ball as accurately as we wanted him to. And, there were certain sections where we were just thinking to ourselves, this is just not what we're looking for from him. I think Jon Norman at one stage had him yanked from the attack, and we never see him again. And then he took a couple of wickets. And then another time we were like, oh, this isn't working. Going to have to bring someone else on. Ajaz Patel has actually bowled quite poor for him in this series so far. And then he comes out here, and again, whether it's the Wankhede wicket or just the frustration that he's had all the way through the series, suddenly he looks like that Ajaz Patel that we have seen before. And what an incredible effort for him. I don't know what his average is at Wankhede compared to everything else, but I'm pretty sure his average at Wankhede must be in the negative at this point.
When you get it wrong, you also get a chance to take wickets. bowled on a pitch that was good for him.
Yeah,
and also bowled well. And he talked in the after-match press conference that he was still trying to use the movement through the air, that was interesting because that wasn't what India were trying to do. And India spin bowlers play in India a lot, and that was the difference that New Zealand bowlers have to do. They have to have that deviation through the air because it doesn't come off the pitch. And he was still trying to do those things. I think if he had his time again, he probably would take that out of the game a little bit because that opens up both sides of the wickets and he would try and rip it more. But that's a different skill. So he did the best. He did his things the best. He did his things the best. And I go back to that point. You do what you do. You do how you've had your success. You keep doing those things. It would have been the second highest run chase, that one.
Yeah.
164 for 6 on day 3. South Africa got past India. So you are fighting a little bit against history. But, yeah, it was...
But just on Ajaz, he was bowling basically from one end on his own at times, wasn't he?
Right?
Yeah. There was a big period where Glenn Phillips was bowling for the other end. He wasn't bowling to take wickets at his end.
Yeah, and that's partnership. It's partnership bowling. I'd still, I had Phillips out of the attack a couple of times, and then he takes 2 and an over, and okay, that's cool. It's going to happen for you at some stage, and but I still would have had him out of the attack. I would have had Sodhi in a lot earlier in the day. He might have even been my first change from that end after Henry bowled his 3 overs, picked up a wicket. He would have been my first change there with a few more runs, spinning it both ways. He might have been my first change there, and then you can go back and use Phillips in the way that he was used, because it was the longer the day went on, the less likely it was for Sodhi to get a bowl. Mainly because he hasn't had cricket. He hasn't had the playing time to get him into that groove. But a holding job, and then had some fun. Had that success at the end, and contributed with the bat in little places. The little contributions again. Unmemorables, but the Indian spinners went at 4s yesterday. Glenn Phillips went at 4s today. That's all right.
Yeah,
good.
No, that's very fair. Rishabh Pant, probably the player who handled this wicket the best, probably in part because he plays Ajaz Patel specifically so well. We know how well he plays left arm finger spin. He looked incredible. Looked like he was going to get them over the line. Then he was out. Now, he was, of course, LBW at one stage, and New Zealand forgot to review. So we have to factor that in. I don't know if I ever heard you weren't on mic. I think when that one happened, it's bat, it's pad. He's hitting his pad. His bat is so close to his pad all at the same time. There's a little spike on there. For me, it felt like the noise was actually the bat hitting the pad, but it also looks like the ball deviates. Like it could have gone either way. It was given not out on the field. Paul Rifle has a look at it and goes, "Do you know what? I think that's bat." And it was given out in the end. How did you feel about that one?
I don't know if it's my roots or I don't know, but real time, I was sitting just behind
you.
I said out.
Okay.
Real time, I said out. Happy to be wrong.
What about after the 28 replays? You still fell out?
After the first replay, I was like, I think I'm wrong. but then, I don't know if there's enough to overturn it.
Yeah, I think that's where I am at.
I do think he hit it.
I think I agree with you. I think it's more likely than not he hit it, but I'm not sure that the evidence was there. It was incredible watching the New Zealanders because they saw the first replay and they started cheering, and then you see them go, "Oh, wait a minute, he's hit his pad."
That could have been pad.
So even they weren't sure on the field, and I think Rifle's probably got the wrong one. However, they still had a chance, India, and they fought back. And you talked about it before, the Glenn Phillips one, but I just want to put this in perspective. New Zealand have never won 3 test matches in a series before, and they have actually played a lot of 3 test series, not many 4 and 5, but a lot of 3 test series before. They've never managed to do this before. They've now done it against India, which is historically India and Australia are the places that they struggle the most. They broke us, whatever it was, 3,441-day run. And they did it defending the perfect break 147 with a wicketkeeper almost take a hat-trick. Like, it's so unlikely the way you can go through all of this. And the guy who took the 10 wickets in the last match was injured for this one.
Bad wickets evens up cricket teams. If you want a lesser ranked, a lesser skilled, if you like, take nothing away from this black cap team, if you want to have an upset, you have a bad pitch. And we've seen India probably get the decision wrong in the first test, and then we've seen them lose the toss, and pitches that are, this is a bad pitch for me. How it played yesterday and today, that's 4 and 5. That's a great, that would be a great test match if it played like it did yesterday and today, how it did. But day 2, for it to play like that on day 2 and end of day 1, that's a bad pitch. And that gives the opposition a chance if they win the toss. If you're the better team, you prepare a good pitch and you outlast and outskill your opponents. Maybe India didn't think they had enough.
And they were certainly playing like that towards the end. Last question. I said it before, and you kind of nodded and moved away. No. Is this the best month in New Zealand cricket history?
I'm not a historian.
No, but you're a New Zealander and you read.
And anything I can think of, there was a test series where Doug Bracewell should have had an LBW to win a test series in Australia. That should have been LBW. It wasn't given out, and that would have been a 2-1. But yeah, easy. It has to be.
This is it.
It has to be with the White Ferns winning in the UAE, and that's from quite a bit of not success.
Yeah, exactly. Both of these teams had to come back, haven't they?
They haven't been. I think Sri Lanka were fantastic. They did what they do. They prepared good wickets. They didn't prepare ridiculous wickets, but they outplayed New Zealand, and New Zealand have outplayed India on not good wickets.
3 on the bounce. That is Iain O'Brien. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to everyone who's been liking, subscribing, commenting all the way through here on the talkSPORT YouTube channel. I'm Jarrod Kimber, and I have no idea when I'll see you again, but I will see you again because they make me do this.
We think it's the white camera.
It'd be awkward if we're looking at the wrong one.
If not, we're just looking into the distance.
Can they? Although you can.
Your cold breakfast is ready.
Yeah. Thank you.
The breakfast is cold and my Coke is warm.
What do I need here?
All right.
1, 2, 3. So they've got 118.
Hey, man.
Are we doing following on India?
No.
That means I get the double bubble.
Let's do it. Well, we will be doing it, but just not today.
Yeah, as in I get to charge again.
Well, that's also true.
Oh, no, maybe I don't actually, because you'll be paying me for days.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah,
It'd be better to do it today. Get it over and done with.
I'll do it whenever you want anyway. I was happy to do it today.
I was thinking we could do it possibly on Tuesday morning before cricket rise.
Okay. Let's do it during cricket rise.
Yeah, that's what Colo would do.
Did you see Colo told Manners not to take a betting sponsorship? And I was literally in a meeting the other day when we were talking about it. Not a meeting, in a chat with them, and even they were thinking, it's like they're going to do it. It's like, so you tell Manners not to, and now you're thinking you're doing it.
They can't. They have gone to town. They have gone on so much about the dastardly betting companies on their pocket. Oh, they cannot take the dollar. No chance.
Take a little win out of that one too, don't you?
Me? Yeah, not as much as I should have, but I couldn't stay in that time.
Or did you bail?
I bailed, then went back.
Hey, Jack, you there?
So I put him on 700.
Hey man, okay, you ready for these links? Let me know. I've got the doc. Actually, IOB might be going. Are you off?
Yeah, I'm going to take my breakfast.
Let me just say goodbye to IOB. 1 second.
So even if I lose, it's not the end of the world. But I hate losing.
Absolutely. Mate, I would have bailed. Nice one. Thank you.
See you again. Good to see you, man.
Thanks, John. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming
so
along.
much.
Thanks
Enjoy
for the early starts.
Safe travels.
You driving straight back or having your breakfast
I'm
now?
I'm going to take my breakfast with me back to home.
Look after yourself, man.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, where was I? 3 tests.
It would be hilarious if I were going to take the sponsorship from betting company.
So I don't listen to them, so I don't know their
I
company.
I haven't listened to them since 2020 when I flew from Sydney to Joburg, right? And I listened to them on the fly. I just downloaded a couple, and they went on and on and on about it.
I mean, they're right. The gambling companies are evil.
They are right, right? They are right. But, and also, like, gambling is part of, like, you know, you go back to the first ever caveman, and cavemen gambled. Everyone does it. But
do we know cavemen gamble?
Yeah.
I'm not saying they didn't.
No, it is. It's one of the, isn't it, prostitution, gambling, and there's something like 3 or 4 traits or habits that have been found in every single branch of civilization right from the start of humanity.
Yeah, that's...
I'm not defending. I mean, it is.
No,
morally, it's a dubious area, but
and also
for TalkSPORT, for fuck's sake. I mean, it will survive with it. They are future-proofing themselves because it will come. There will be a gambling ban. There will be a betting ban at some point.
Oh, I don't think so. I think there'll only be more betting now.
No, there will. It will. It'll be like cigarette sponsorship or something.
Oh no! There'll be no sponsorship. But I'm
not saying they'll bet. No. That's what I mean. The sponsorship.
Oh no, I agree.
It's like fast food and, you know, at certain times of the day or smoking, all that kind of shit.
That should already happen.
Yeah, and it will.
I don't think you should have betting ads on radio or TV.
No.
Only on YouTube, where I am.
Exactly. Jack, are you ready, mate? You've probably been ready for about 5 minutes listening to this. Hello and welcome to Following On from TalkSPORT. I'm Jon Norman. Thank you for joining us for a deep dive into... Let me just turn off the stream. I've just realised it's still going.